Good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. Hope you guys are doing well this morning. It's 10 a.m. Welcome to a Sunday show. Hope you guys are all have had a wonderful week this week. Apologies for Wednesday. Unforeseeable circumstances took us out for Wednesday. So we're going to have a lot of movements here first thing, which is good. We've got a couple of CRJs. You saw that Delta 737 making their way out. We also have, again, a couple of CRJs making their way out of here. We had the American and United departure. We've got another United making their way out of here as well. So again, good morning, everybody. Hello, Zoe, Lynn, Eric Thompson, Mrs. Carolina, Ramona. So good morning, everybody. So you guys might be wondering why we're not set up for the 2-3s. Well, I'm worried that the winds are going to change. The winds today variable, and you know it's that time of the year where the winds particularly tend to come out of the north. So we little disturbance off the coast of North Carolina, pushing the wind to from north to south here. So we are set up here for the 2-3s, or we're set up for the 0-5s today. Should provide you guys with a lot of interesting action. However, again, of course, as normal, we're going to miss the Terminal 1 side action, unfortunately, due to the weather. It is supposed to be 92 degrees today. So we are down a floor here to try and maintain a cool afternoon here. So there's our A319 that just came in, or A320. A319. So that American departure a moment ago, that was American Airlines 2333. They're headed out to Charlotte. Make a couple of last minute adjustments here. Got that American E175 making their way to the gate. That one coming in just in front of United here. Don't know what took them so long to come around here though. A couple of Deltas ready to go, a couple of 737s. Had one of those CRJs head up the hill there, possibly headed to the penalty box for a few minutes. Sorry guys, had to adjust a cable there. I think our screen is frozen, so intentional pause here. Give me 1 minute, we'll be right back. Little software interruption there. Little software interruption there. All right, we got United on the roll again. Got another United out of here. The software didn't react the way I thought it would. I had to untangle a cord. I unplugged the cable and it froze the whole thing, the software and everything, so it is what it is. Welcome back, everybody. As United gets out of here, that Max could possibly be a Max 9 there. Find out here in just a moment. Find out where they're headed as well. Hopefully we didn't mess up the chat here for myself. So again, lots of departures here in the next couple of minutes. Gonna send a chat message here. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, Harry, unfortunately, I didn't set up for the 2-3s today because the wind is supposed to be variable today, and I have a sneaky suspicion that the runways are going to change quite possibly later on today. Right now the wind is blowing straight in my face, so the wind is coming directly out of the west. So we're looking at a little bit of a crosswind situation here. All ready to start the morning. So United is United 247. They're headed out to Chicago. That was a 737 MAX 8. Next arrival is going to be Endeavor 5160 coming in from LaGuardia, CRJ 900. This CRJ coming in here. Now the winds aren't very strong, but they are blowing directly out of the west at the moment. So I use an app called Windy, and I tried to use that to predict where we're going to be set up for the day. Got a little Frontier headed up the hill here. The Rock Iguana. Can't read that name. Cursive, and that's too far away. I can just make out Rock Iguana. Never seen this one here before. Good to see some of the reptile specimens making their way onto Frontier Airlines. I really should get in contact with Frontier, see if they can put Buddy on their tail. That would be funny. Ah, there's a taxiway closure, it looks like, as well. Looks like one of the, so they were headed up the hill on the farthest bridge taxiway there. We'll pick up Delta here in just a second, but you can see right here they've got that closest taxiway closed. So they're probably working on one of the bridges. They do have, if you're familiar with RDU, they do have those parking lots right there closed as well. Those were set up for management of all the places inside the airport, I believe. So those two parking lots closed as well. So that means they're going to start working on some stuff around here. We'll be here to document all of the changes to this wonderful airport over the next coming years, unless something happens. Delta A321 getting out of here. We should have the 757s at some point today. Randy, good morning. Again, good morning, everybody. is well with everybody. We've already had the CRJ touchdown. The second one there. All right, the Delta A321, Delta 1427. It is an A321-200. They are headed to NA. That one that just touched down, that Endeavor 5097, that one coming in from JFK. So JFK and LaGuardia CRJs in safely. We've got a CRJ about to depart here. Got one coming around the corner. This is our LaGuardia flight here. Good morning, Zell. So we go for one of the CRJs. Looks like we might actually have Breeze Airways coming in over here, Eric. Looks like we got one to follow this one. So we won't stay with the CRJ for too long here on departure. We'll go swing to that Breeze Airways. On final. CRJ going to give us an early rotation here. That's the shot we're looking for right there. Nice and up and close. Debating here whether or not we go to Breeze already. So Breeze Moxie 208 A220-300 coming in from Columbus, Ohio. Going to be our next arrival here. Good to see them coming in over here 2-3 right this morning. Hopefully this won't be the only Breeze we catch today. Quick adjustments. I was running a little bit behind this morning, so we got to make a couple of adjustments here this morning. So we're 49 subscribers away from reaching 6,000, so hopefully today will be the day. Got another Breeze Airways coming down the hill here. So it looks like we're going to have a little bit of some action with Breeze Airways. So make sure you guys like and subscribe if you're new. Definitely going to make 6,000 before Labor Day for sure. Hopefully today we can at least tickle 6,000. May not get to 6,000, but hopefully we can tickle it. As we got another Breeze Airways headed out there. CRJ making a whole lot of noise here. Waiting for them to get things out of the way of the gate. We've got a couple of CRJs down here. That's what's making it so noisy. So I'm going to mute my mic so you guys can enjoy them. And it's hard for me to talk over. Sammy gifted that membership by Mrs. Carolina. Thank you, Mrs. Carolina, for the gifted membership. That is interesting that Breeze Airways did turn around and go back toward the end of 2-3 here. I expected them to come full length and go up the hill down here behind us, but looks like they're going to do it a different way. All right, enjoy the marshalling shot. marshaling shop for you here in just a minute as that one makes its way into the gate here in a minute. We've got another one back here. Delta 1925 headed off to Atlanta, Georgia. That was that last departure there. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Delta 2519 from Minneapolis. Remember, we're going to send you guys, I'll have to take a minute when we get slow today. I've got to set it up. We're going to send you guys out to Phoenix, Arizona when we're done here this evening. I don't know how long we're going to be here tonight, but we're going to send you guys out to Phoenix and our buddy Pip Hastings out there. We're going to do a Phoenix show tonight. Long time no see for the Pipster. Good to see him back on the air. So I'll do that here in a few minutes. Forgot to do it while I was at the house. So this A321 coming in from Minneapolis. Got that Breeze Airways sitting out at the end of the runway. They should get a move on here in just a minute. We also, I don't know if you guys heard it, but we've got the Mad Max starting up over here for United Airlines. As Breeze pulls out here on the runway. So when I have a moment, I'll set up that redirect. All right, so Moxie 754, this one right here on the end of the runway, they are headed to San Diego. Headed out to San Diego, California. Sun, surf, and nice weather. Wanted you guys to know that I did see your messages from Wednesday. Hear all the happy birthday wishes and such from this episode of the show. This episode was supposed to air on Wednesday, and I just wanted to thank you guys for all of the happy birthday wishes from Wednesday. Again, I apologize. We did have that family emergency on Wednesday. It's a good flight to Breeze out to San Diego, California. got that A321. Let's check out some baggage unloading here while I make some changes to the show. So give me just a minute here. $6.54. How does that work? Fast Thursday. Brian turned 52. Not quite. Thankfully, I'm not there yet. Did turn a whopping 37 though. All right, so we got to open up YouTube here. I got to set up our redirect to Pip out in Phoenix, Arizona. So hopefully you guys enjoy the desert. I do love the Phoenix shows. Enjoy the desert. Need to get my butt out to the desert. There we go. You guys are all set up to head out to Phoenix a little later on this afternoon. I don't know why YouTube Studio does this. It's really annoying. Hey, did I see 992? What did I see there? Alan Lee sending in a £5 super chat. Hold on just a second, guys. I'm still messing with YouTube here. Trying to get everybody in order. We're up to 68 likes, so thank you guys for smashing the like button today. Trying to get to 300 here as we wait. A lot of birthdays this month. Thank you, Alan Lee, with that £5 super chat. Nice. Corby turning 13 on the 15th. One of our guys at work, his birthday was on the 15th as well. Another one of my co-workers, their birthday is Monday, tomorrow. So a lot of birthdays for the month of August. ERB, good morning. My family just went to Busch Gardens in Williamsburg last weekend. I need to learn how to travel more. If I'm honest, we need to take this show on the road for real. I gotta get my real ID. Ooh, I need to do that before October, don't I? Need to work on that. If I plan to go out to Music City, possibly. So that Delta there already off flight radar. I was busy doing other things there, as you guys know. So again, we've got American Airlines 3163 coming in from Charlotte in just a minute. It's going to be another A321 at 200. Yeah. I don't know if we're going to take the show on the road to Nashville or if I'm just going to go out there for support. We've got a couple of... Miss Carolina's got a couple of things going on, and there may be a chance that I don't even go. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. That is going to be in October. if we decide to take the show on the road, I got to get some proper traveling gear for the equipment, stuff to keep it safe if it's going to fly in the belly of these planes here. Always got to protect our equipment. Thinking like a foam-filled tote, one of those ultra-strong things. I've seen weirder things transported on these planes, watching some of the baggage come in and out of here. You know, skis, golf clubs, other weird-looking things. Yeah, we got to make sure we got room for our soundboard and everything. Well, it's going to be, it'll be chaotic if we do decide to take the show with us to Nashville. So United sitting out there waiting for their departure. Again, we've got American 3163 coming in from Charlotte. Bit of a calm period here. Started out nice and strong here this morning. Lots of flights. Oh, and I want to double check what I saw a moment ago on YouTube Studio there. That was wrong. So again, 300 likes our goal today. If you're new, subscribe. Still trying to get to 6,000. We are 47 away from reaching that 6,000 goal. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so. It's free. Come back, watch anytime you like. You don't have to watch us all the time. But we are here 2 days a week. We try to be Wednesday and Fridays. See our Charlotte A321 turning on a base here. That's going to be followed by Frontier Airlines, Frontier 3057 coming in from Boston. That's going to be Max the Lynx. If you guys have been watching the show the last month or so, we've seen a lot of Max here the last month or so. Max the Lynx. It's going to be an A321-200 as well. Don't think we've got any specials today. Really check. We've got a lot of movement though. Of course, we have our 777 from London and our 777 from France. 5 hours and 21 minutes still for Air France. 4 hours 28 minutes for American from London. So it looks like London may have left a little on the late side this morning. So that 737, getting a move on there. I know I need to put the camera where there's traffic and stuff to movement. There's a lot of people getting dropped off down here. There's a lot of people standing outside waiting for their flight here this afternoon. So hopefully we'll have a nice, busy afternoon. JJ, good morning. Alright, so Charlotte, American flight out here in the distance. So again, a little bit of a crosswind here today. Oh, go around. Are they going around? Oh, no, never mind. Camera dropped. Thought it looked like he went nose up. He is definitely struggling to get that A321 down. See how much he's floating around there. Again, a little bit of a crosswind here, cross and or tailwind. So I was while we're set up where we're set up, I'm worried that they're going to change over to the 05s here in a little while. Again, watching our windy app just so we know what the winds might possibly do. Get a good prediction, kind of. Bit of a bounce there on the nose of this A321. About 28 minutes of flight time for this one between here and Charlotte. This other CRJ that pulled in a minute ago, they're taking a really, really long time to unload bags here. These bags have been sitting on the belt for quite some time here. Crews might be spread a little thin having two planes come in at the same time there. You can see the bags chilling. Vol Nation, good morning. Yep. Celebrating today. I should have put it in the things that we changed the birthday celebration to today, but it is what it is. Alright, so our next arrival is going to be that Frontier Airlines coming in from Boston. So apparently this is a regular thing. We've seen this the last 3 weeks. Frontier from Boston. One of their routes that they've added here. And again, this is going to be MAX. The links on the A321-200. I've seen a lot of MAX over the last month or so. We need to get Ward back. Get Molly's favorite. I think a lot of people really enjoy seeing Ward there. So this A321 again coming in from Boston. We'll see Max again after he touches down. Possibility we might. Depends on which gate he goes to. I have a feeling Max will go to the front side of Terminal 2 here. See him come off the runway, I think, if he doesn't get off a little early. Looks like he's going to get off right behind the terminal there. $87 likes so far. Thank you guys for smashing that like button. Definitely should be able to reach 300 today, depending on how long we're out here. There's our 737 MAX getting ready for departure. We'll find out where this one's headed. I'm going to guess it's headed to Newark. We already had one leave to Chicago. I missed where the first one went, so maybe this one possibly Houston or Dulles. Could be going to Dulles. We'll find out in a minute. sure, Ron, that those are on two different accounts. I wish you could like the show at least twice. That would be nice. Let's see, what do we got going on over here? A whole lot of nothing at the moment. Let's take a look at flight radar. We'll figure out where United was headed. Then we'll figure out who we got coming in next. So, United, they were headed to Newark. My first guess was correct. United 2289 headed to Newark at max 9. Looks like we've got Delta and we've got American. Looks like our next American arrival is going to be American 2683 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth, max 8. That's not something we say, is it? American and a max? What? We've seen it a couple of times here, but American don't fly too many of the maxes, I don't believe. So there we go. We've got a max 8 coming in for American Airlines. Something, again, we don't see too often. Got a Delta CRJ Endeavor 5120 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. That one says about 14 minutes. It looks closer than that. We've got American Airlines 2607 coming in from Philadelphia. That one's going to be an A320 in about 16 minutes or so. Till a couple minutes here before our American from Dallas. So again, good morning everybody. Jay, William. Hope you guys are all doing well. Hope everybody had a wonderful week last week. Good morning, Trisha. Early for you out there. Like 7:40, almost 8 o'clock. Not too bad. Trish, that's what I need here. I need a nice 60-degree day. I'm already sweating. On the way here, my car was reading 81 degrees. We left the house about 9 o'clock this morning. 81 degrees. High temperature today is supposed to be 92. Winds variable. Again, we are set up for the 5s just in case the winds change at some point this afternoon. According to the Windy app, the winds should change at some point. Matter of fact, it does feel like it's coming in from the south already. But that doesn't mean it is out there on the field. Don't have any wind socks or anything when we're over here, unfortunately. They're all hidden behind the terminal there. Also still trying to stay as shaded as possible, of course, as you guys know. So when we make a battery change today, we've got to, the camera will shut off today as well when we make our battery changes later. Our little battery sat in the car Wednesday, from Wednesday on. I don't know if it was on by mistake and the fan ran while it was hot in the car or what happened, but our little battery that runs the camera was dead this morning. So we're running the camera and all of our equipment off of the big batteries today. As we check out United getting out of here. As I enjoy some coffee. Little Monster action there. Some of the Monster Java. Did have just enough time to stop at the gas station outside the airport here. Grab a drink or two. Don't like the sun. See, I'm the opposite. I love the sun. I just don't. Doing the show over the last 2 years, almost 2 years. We're getting ready to celebrate 2 years in September. After doing the show for a couple of summers here, it's brutal in the summertime. Especially this summer. You guys know we've had that massive heat wave, high humidity, all of those things here in RDU. Luckily right now I got a nice breeze blowing in here, keeping us nice and cool. Again, wind variable. 1 minute it's from the south and now it's from the east. So we'll see. Or from the west, excuse me. So we'll see how it goes. American 2683 now turning on final here from Dallas Fort Worth. 2 hours, 20 minutes of flight time for the MAX 8. Yes, you heard that correct. American Airlines and a MAX 8. Not something, not something we talk about too often. It's kind of a rare sight to see a American MAX. So Harry, I stop at the RDU Gallery right next door. That big Shell station there. Fantastic. You can get, they have Witch in there, Wayback Burger, Pizza Hut, and a like a taco bar. It kind of reminds me of Chipotle in there. They, I always like to stop in there after a show and snag a personal pan pizza when I'm feeling hungry. It's been a while since we've stopped in there. But I love the Galleria right there. We've stopped at Sheets. Sheets was a complete rebuild. They tore it down. They had it down most of the spring and part of the summer here. So they tore it down, got it rebuilt. The Galleria also has a bar inside. You can go in, have a couple of drinks. Looks like that United's just now reaching the end of Terminal 2 here as everybody else lines up out here. We had a couple head up the hill. I don't know if they departed from 2-3 left or if they're sitting on in the penalty box up there, or what's going on. But you should see United pop out up there at the top of your screen here in just a second. Follow that one while we wait on our MAX from American. There's United. Yeah, so I always stop at the Exxon at the other end on the way in. That way I don't have to backtrack. Stop in there, use the bathroom one last time before coming up here to do the shows. And then snag a snack, possible coffee, drink, whatever, before we come out here to do the day of plane spotting. I need to look and see what day the 5th is on of September. Hours 20 minutes of flight time for Dallas. That's American. We've got the CRJ just behind it. Endeavor 5120 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. The CRJ 900LR, 3 minutes away. And of course, you guys saw the United making their way out. So it is a Friday. So maybe we'll do a special Friday or Saturday show on the 5th or around the 5th. Maybe we can run a Saturday show. I think I'm working toward the end of each month from here on the rest of the year. So I have to work one Saturday a month, and I think that's going to be. I looked at it the other day. It's toward the end of each month. So should be fairly decent. Get you guys some extra coverage to celebrate 2 years of doing the live shows. So Endeavor from Newark, by the time they touch down, they're looking at about an hour 2 minutes flight time on the CRJ here. Then again, that's going to be followed by American from Philadelphia in about 3 minutes. Give you guys some Saturday Lufthansa action. We don't typically see Lufthansa too much due to the fact that Saturdays aren't our best days for doing shows. Many of you guys know that we don't do shows on Saturdays due to them not being very good for us as far as YouTube goes. Even going to Dulles, that Saturday show wasn't very good, in fact. Sunday show was fantastic. You guys just know when to look for us. So I always have to keep that in mind. Kind of a strong touchdown there for the CRJ. I wouldn't call it rough. I would call it strong. Good final look at the CRJ. I don't know if that one's going to come back here into the alley or if that one will stick around to the front side of Terminal 2 over there. We've already got 2 CRJs back here in the alley. Kind of anxious to see what they'll decide to do with that one. Yeah, Matt Man's been with us for a long time. Right after we started doing the live shows. So that's I think Matt Man watched us before he watched Pip. So Pip Hastings, another friend of ours, if you guys don't know. You'll be sent to him out in Phoenix later when we end today's show. We're already set up the redirect out to Phoenix. But yeah, I think Matt Man's been with us longer than he's been with Pip there. I know Matt Man knows his dates. Thank you, Matt Man, by the way, for all of the support you've given us over the last couple of years. And to all of you, for newcomers alike, all of you guys continue to support this channel and keep us going, keep us moving. Try to get us to new destinations. I think last month was by far one of our best months, the month of July last year, or last month. We just threw in a couple extra shows last month too, so that was a good part of it. So here comes American from Philadelphia. It's going to be an A320. If I can get my big fingers to click on it. There we go. American Airlines 2607 coming in from Philadelphia. About 51 minutes of flight time for this one by the time they touch down here. We've got United ready to go. Getting ready to get that 737 out of here. So no worries for this one. They got plenty of time to get out of here. What is it with you bees? Get out of here. Hey, Terry. I don't know that we've got any specials today. I didn't receive my normal message from Ramona about any specials today. I know we've got our normal 777s coming in. We've got all of our international flights, Copa, Air Canada, Aero Mexico, Air France, and of course the American 777 from London. So I'm not exactly sure if we have anything special. Thank you so much, Matt Man. Matt Man with a $10 super chat. Says thanks for all you do. Happy birthday. Thank you so much, Matt Man. So, American from Philadelphia. Told you there's a little bit of a crosswind here this morning. As you can see, he's laying heavily on that left side. For the A320. Welcome to the show, Terry. Hopefully you enjoy the day. Again, a lot of cars coming in for drop-off here, so that means we should have a nice, exciting afternoon here. We've got American Airlines 2340 coming in from Miami, Florida. That one's going to be arriving in just a minute. That's another rare one for American. That's going to be the Neo. It's going to be the A321 Neo. United 2163, they're headed out to Washington, D.C. That 737-900. So that CRJ we were talking about a minute ago is going to wait for a gate back here. So it looks like the one that came in last is going to be the first one to leave. I'm trying to button up a couple of things with that CRJ. So we saw this one here. So this one will push back here in just a second and give way to the one, the other one. Also looks like we've got United getting ready to push back too in this A319 or A320. A319. Dude, you're a tiny bee. Get out of here. Come on, shoot. So United ready for the push. Hey, so 10 new friends already today. We're up to 61, so thank you guys. Now we're 39 away, right? 39 away from 6,000. So again, make sure if you guys are new, subscribe, say hello, don't be shy. Thank you guys for subscribing to the channel. Remember, it's free. Come back, watch anytime you like. Trying to get to 6,000. Hopefully we get there today. So again, if you have yet to subscribe, do so. Trying to get to 300 likes as well. So if you haven't done that either, smash that like button as we check out United's pushback here while we wait for the Neo for American Airlines coming from Miami. Swing around here, we'll catch our American from Miami again. This is going to be that A321 Neo. It's another one we don't see. So American sent in a couple of, I say rare planes. They're not really rare, but we had that MAX 8 land from Dallas-Fort Worth a little while ago. So this one now from Miami. This is American 2340. Getting a little bit of a crosswind here. We'll see how this one lands. Our last A320 landing heavily on the left side there. Let's see what this one decides to do. Wind's coming from their right side. No fuss for this one. Nice, smooth, no fuss touchdown for American from Miami. Next arrival is going to be Delta as our A319 gets a move on here for United Airlines. Thank you, Trish. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words, Mattman. Mattman, a long-time supporter of the show. Again, if you guys missed that, Mattman's been here since November of 23. So he's coming up on 2 years, been with us for a long time. I think the only ones to beat you out, Mattman, is probably Molly and Vincent. Molly and Vincent with us almost since the beginning. Now, I know Scott, if you see Scott Leonard is our longest running channel member and supporter. He was there for the very first episode I ever did in Dulles back in July. I don't remember if that was 4th of July weekend or if that was the weekend after or a couple weeks later. I went twice that year. But he helped me set up the first show. So if you see Scott, he's definitely our longest running viewer. No worry, William. So we got Delta 1279 coming in from Tampa. That's going to be an A319. 1 hour, 28 minutes of flight time by the time the A319 touches down here. We're still off in the distance here. Yeah, ERB's another one that's been here for a long time as well. So a lot of folks been with us since the beginning. Matt Man always sets our subscriber goals. He said by Labor Day, I said by my birthday. I think we're close enough to my birthday. I think we could call it. If we hit it today, if we hit 6,000 today, I think we can call it. Because we're only, what, 3 days past? So then we'll have to set up another goal. We'll have to... Given the average here, I'm going to say probably around New Year's we'll be at 7,000. Christmas, New Year's, somewhere around in there. Again, we're going to try to ramp up shows here too, if possible. Thank you, Eric. Again, thank you guys. This show wouldn't be anything without all of you guys, for real. I have to say, you know, the show has helped me through a lot of things, personally. So coming out here and doing shows for you guys really helps me on a personal level. So I enjoy the plane spotting. I enjoy the conversation with all of you guys. I enjoy bringing you guys the planes. So there we go, Delta from Tampa. This A319, 1 hour, 28 minutes of flight time. Yeah, it feels a lot more personal when you're on a smaller channel. Everybody's going to stop short, it looks like. We had one this morning that came in long. Oh, no, there we go. There's our A319. Going to come long here. Give us a little turnout here. Still got the reverse doors open. Yeah, it's harder to communicate when you're with a bigger show. Alright, so we saw United, that A319 headed out that way. Let's see who our next arrival is going to be. Again, we got Copa Airlines later today, Aero Mexico later, Miss Carolina gifting one Carolina Aviation membership. Planes Everywhere was gifted that. Congratulations to Planes Everywhere. Thank you to Mrs. Carolina. I've seen that one in Tampa every now and then. We got our buddy Pip out in Arizona. The 5 smells of cedar. Alright, so the pickup line is packed full too, as you guys can see there, lower right of your screen. We've still got a lot of traffic flowing in for drop-offs here. We've got a couple minutes before we have another United arrival. We have that United A319 getting ready to go now. We've also got Frontier. So we've got Mesa Airlines coming in from Houston. That's going to be our E175LR. Looks like we're going to be busy here. We've got Frontier 2979 Axel, the Axolotl livery. I don't see that being a real animal. I swear it's not. But Axel on the way in nonetheless, coming in from Buffalo, New York. It's going to be an A321neo. I think he changed. He was on a A320 for a long time. I think they put him on an A321. He's not even the same color. He's not bright pink like he was, I don't think. We saw him a couple of months ago and he looked different to me. So we'll see what Axel looks like here this afternoon, or this morning I should say, still morning. Did not. That's interesting. Huh. That'd be scary. Have a plane come in on top of you there. Alright. Alright. We've got several coming in. We've got a Velo, but a Velo is going to go to the other side. We've got Mesa coming in from Houston. That one there, United 1117, they're headed out to Denver, Colorado. That A319. Out to Denver. Yeah, we've got a lot of Airbus action here. A lot of CRJs, a lot of E175s as well. Of course, we are more so regional focused. We do have a lot of international flights here of late. And of course, as many of you guys know, if you look at the RDU 2040 project, there is plans to build a bigger terminal here or add on to this terminal. So hopefully at that point, we'll get some more international flights. But in order for them to extend the terminal here, they've got to get that new runway finished. But you can go in there and check out the pictures and of what their plans are for the airport. You can Google the RDU 2040 project. So again, a Frontier 2979 Axel, the Axolotl livery coming in here from Buffalo, New York, the A321neo. I'm telling you, this is not a real animal. I don't know. I know it is, but I always say this one reminds me of a Pokemon. The only reason I know Pokemon is my kids are into Pokemon and a couple other things. Legos mainly, but he does have some Pokemon cards. Again, wind's still coming out of the southwest here. Slight crosswind for them. Yeah, see, Axel used to be bright pink. Now he's more of a gray color. So I think he was transferred over to the Neo here. See Axel again here in just a second. Hopefully they run along here. There you go, Miss Ramona putting in that that link so you guys can check out what the airport's plans are. I know I want to fly on Breeze. Breeze is one of those airlines that I really just want to fly on one of these days. Like, not necessarily bucket list airline, but I want to see what it's all about. You know, it's cheap. Everybody says they're fantastic. They're comfy, and of course they have one of my personal favorite planes, the A220. I'd love to take an A220 flight. And of course, we had that A220 from Breeze Airways leave out of here a little while ago for San Diego, California. await Axel. He's already pulled off the runway here. Got a Delta moving this way. You can see the, speaking of the runway, you can see all the big trucks out there, the big dump trucks, earth movers. Brian Lloyd, good morning. Here comes Axel finally, waiting on that breeze to move, or breeze, that Delta to get a move on here. Not sure where Delta's headed. There's Axel. Oh, I hear the helicopter. Oh, it's flying right directly over my head here. What is it? Duke Hospital Friday night. You could hear the helicopter coming in, landing up on the roof. Couldn't see it from where we were at, but you could definitely hear it touching down on the roof Friday night. So Ash 6148 coming in from Houston, Mesa Airlines, 2 hours 16 minutes of flight time there. Tail over the terminal. It is. I always want to like play the Jaws music when they're like that. I always think of Jaws. All right, so our next arrival is going to be that Ash Mesa Airlines from Houston. Getting 2 hours 18 minutes, 17 minutes, thereabouts. Remember to smash that like button, guys. We are reaching for 300. If you guys are new as well, subscribe to the channel. 40 something away from hitting 6,000 subscribers today. I've already gained 10 new friends. We started the show with about 49 needed. So 10 already, so thank you guys for smashing the like button. Getting them international flights. A Velo to Punta Cana. We've got a Velo to Punta Cana as well, I believe. We don't typically see it though. It's during the week. So the first CRJ that came in will be the first one to leave here out of the two. I thought the second one was going to be the first one to leave. So we're going to have a CRJ start up here. I'll give you the information on our next arrival. That's going to be Delta 2633 from Atlanta. 7:37 at 9, 56 minutes of flight time. We'll swing to that one in just a minute. Enjoy the sounds of the CRJ. got a moment here of quiet time. Saw the Atlanta flight touchdown. We're gonna have this CRJ come in here. Of course, I'll give you guys the marshalling shot as soon as they get close enough here. They're gonna make their way around here. See if we can't give you guys a cockpit view as they make their way around the corner. So get ready to accept that CRJ. So we got the new JetBlue livery coming in from San Juan, Puerto Rico a little later. Last weekend, if you guys remember, we had the Super Mario livery last weekend. This weekend it's going to be the normal new JetBlue livery. Wait on this CRJ to shut down here. And just an update on our international flights. So it looks like JetBlue 404 coming from San Juan, Puerto Rico is on the way. They are having to take a longer route, looks like, due to Hurricane Aaron. Copa Airlines be here in about 2 hours 43 minutes. They're flying a 737-800. They left Panama City 1 hour and 16 minutes ago. Let's see, is Aeromexico up and ready to go? Aeromexico has been in the air 9 minutes, 3 hours, 32 minutes left for them. We got an Air Canada up to the north coming in. They left about 2 hours ago, so they'll return a little later. They're headed it back to Montreal. American 173 coming from London still has 3 hours, 27 minutes. So, let's see. They're not going to arrive till around 2 p.m., so they're about an hour late today. Air France just behind them, 4 hours, 22 minutes of flight time. So that's only going to give the American an hour on the ground before they've got to get ready to move. So there might be some gate issues here later on this afternoon, a little gate drama for our 777s. We've got a 737 from Delta Airlines ready to go. I believe this one's headed back to Atlanta. So there might be some gating issues here again for our two 777s, being that they're only an hour apart. this Delta 737-900 out of here. Figure out where it's headed here in just a moment. $142 likes. Thank you guys for smashing that like button. Make sure if you guys haven't, please do so. Thank you for the update, Brian. I'm trying to reach 300. That CRJ that we saw a minute ago leave out of here. It looks like they're in a pretty big hurry to get out of here. They were booking it to the end of the runway out there. Let's see where they are headed. So our Delta departure is Delta 1699, and they are in fact headed back to Atlanta, Georgia. 737-932ER. So we have our next arrival. This one is a private owner. This one's coming out of Sanford. 14 minutes of flight time for this little guy. It is a Cessna Citation XL. So 14 minutes of flight time, short hop from Sanford up here at RDU. It's going to be followed by Frontier. Frontier will be our next arrival. Frontier 3330 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth. It's going to be another A321neo. This is going to be Mason. The Texas horn something cuts it off there at the end. So I missed exactly what it is. We'll find out what it is when they touch down here. And if you guys see right there, we've got a taxiway closure. I believe they're working possibly on the bridge. On that particular taxiway. I don't know. I didn't make my way down to the other end to see what all was going on down there. I honestly didn't even know they had the taxiway closed until we started the show. Nice looking little Cessna. There we are, Frontier from Dallas. 2 hours, 21 minutes by the time they touch down here. Got my camera unbalanced. Perfectly smooth touchdown for Frontier. No fuss for them. What is that? It's like a lizard. Yeah, it's another reptile. This is another one I've never seen before either. So it looks like Frontier Airlines putting a lot of new things on their tails here lately. So we'll see that one here in just a second. We do have that CRJ ready to go. There's our, let's get a good look at it. He kind of looks like Buddy, my bearded dragon, huh? Not really. My beard, he doesn't have the big horns. Frontier, if you're watching the show, I got an Australian bearded dragon. If you guys want to put him on the tail, or if you get royalties from that. Reynard, good afternoon. What's up, 6-Speed Life? Good morning. Thank you for the kind words. Again, good morning, everybody. It is 11:30 a.m. Hope you guys are all doing well this morning. Trying to reach that like goal of 300 today, as well as reach 6,000 on our sub count. So if you guys are new, subscribe. It's free. Come back, watch anytime you like. The more likes and the more subscribers we get, the better, the more friends we gain. All right, so the CRJ off and rolling here. Morning, Josh. Hope you're doing well. Again, I hope everybody had a wonderful week this week. Whoops. So we unlock the tripod here. Be a decent shot of the CRJ. Quite windy enough for us to get some really early rotations here, unfortunately. It's not much of a breeze at all right now, in fact. So that CRJ is Endeavor 5160. They're headed back to LaGuardia, New York. That's where they came in from. We've got that, I think this is our Neo, possibly. No, not yet. The Neo just got here a little while ago. We'll find out in a minute where that one's headed. Let's see, American 1895, headed to Charlotte, North Carolina. It's just a regular old A321-200. Our next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 5705. This one coming in from Boston. This is going to be a Delta Connection E175LR. Going to be our next arrival. Looks like the American Eagles have been sitting here for quite some time. We saw one of these arrive here before, or as we started the show. They've been sitting here for quite some time. Waiting to get ready for their departures later this afternoon. David Johnson, good morning. As we await Republic 5705, excuse me, coming from Boston. 1 hour, 27 minutes of flight time for this one by the time they touch down here. The little E175LR. There's that nice breeze blowing in here. That's what I need. It's starting to sweat. We're in the shade, but a little on the sweaty side. Camera's going to shake here. I got to make a quick adjustment. Bring it back just a little bit. Balance it out. We're almost halfway to our light goal for the day already, and we're only an hour and a half into today's show. Got a long way to go here this afternoon. So we've got that American A321 ready to head back to Charlotte. Going to be our next departure here. Feels like the wind's picking up just a little bit, and that's good for us. Keeps me nice and cool. They better hurry up. They've got Delta 2164 barreling down on them here. It's a lot. Look, flight radar is so deceptive. Flight radar shows it like really close to being on top of them, but they got plenty of time here, it looks like. So they're coming in from Detroit, Michigan. That's going to be an A319. Although if they sit here too much longer, Delta might have to make a go around here. We'll find out. Just going to zoom out. I'm not going to follow the American just yet in case we do have a go around from Delta. Here we can pick that one up. See what they decide to do here. Good to go. American off the ground, headed back to Charlotte as Delta makes their way in. Need to look and see if we're going to have our 757s today. It's been kind of a thing here the last couple Sundays where we've had our 757s. Don't know that we're going to have that here today. As you see, a Delta getting out of here. So again, American 1895 headed back to Charlotte. That was that A321 departure there. Don't have any 757s in the air as of right now. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 4378 coming in from JFK, New York. That one arriving here in just a few minutes. Got another one coming in from the south, another A321 coming in from Charlotte, American 2688, just south of the airport right now. So we got a couple of minutes here for our next couple of arrivals. We've got that Delta headed out to Atlanta, I believe. A lot of Atlanta flights already this morning. You guys know we do a little bit of car spotting every now and then when we see something interesting. You guys ever seen a Grenadier? I don't know how many of you guys are into like the off-road stuff. At a Grenadier. Also, one of my favorites. Hello. Boost Blue Civic Type R. As our A319 makes its way around the corner here. Doing a little car spotting while we wait on that A319 to make their way around here. Looks like he's going to make that turn, and he's going to sit here and wait for a gate. maybe he would make his way back here. We do tend to get an A319 every now and then from Delta back here in the alley, but looks like this one just going to go around and wait for a gate. We'll turn and sit out right there. So we've got another Delta ready for departure. That's 737 at 900. I believe this one again headed it back to Atlanta. Oh no, it's an A321, excuse me. This one might be headed up to Minneapolis. Giving me some trouble here. Issues here with the camera, unfortunately. Alright, there we go. Back to working the way it should. Didn't even change any of the settings. I just don't know what wasn't changing our exposure there the way it should have. Alright, so Delta 2519, they are headed back to Minneapolis there. That A321-200. Again, our next arrival is going to be American. It's going to be Republic 4378 coming in on American Eagle E175LR. So that one arriving here in about 2 minutes. It's about an hour, 5 minutes from JFK. Got a CRJ getting ready to go here. Should start pushing back anytime while we wait on our American Eagle. Just a quick update, excuse me, sorry. 25 subscribers away from 6,000, so I feel like today might be our day to hit that 6,000 goal. Alright, here comes our American Eagle, again from JFK. This one will swing back here into the alley on the seaside of things. We'll pick them up over here in just a moment. Next arrival for us is going to be American Airlines 2688 coming in from Charlotte, another A321 200. That'll be our next arrival here in about 3 minutes, it says, so a little over 30 minutes of flight time for American 2688. As American Eagle's taking their time getting around here. That CRJ finally pushing back right here below us. It's going to be a little on the loud side in a minute. So there is American from Charlotte, that A321. A321 hopefully will come all the way down here and pull out. There is that chance that they'll pull out early. Looks like they did. So we've got that CRJ sitting over here. Again, it's going to get really loud here in just a moment. just a reminder, if you guys are channel members, remember you guys can use those emojis. Looks like I'm having issues with the chat here. Hold on. So we'll close out our software and see if we can't get you guys back flowing in here where I can see what you guys are saying. I sent in those emojis and was unable to see those. Yeah, we've got to get another headset so we can get another co-host here. See if it's working on my end now. There we go. All right, so this A319, this came in a little while ago. This I'm going to sit here and wait for a gate. They've been sitting about 10 minutes or so, waiting for their gate. So again, good afternoon, almost afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Trying to reach 300 likes. We have, I believe, 150 so far today. 170. So make sure if you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do so. Need to keep that open in the background on the cell phone there. So we've got another one at Delta 3245 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. That's going to be our next arrival here. They are just south of the airport, so they're going to be here in about 9 minutes or so. Where is that loud truck? Thing is really loud wherever it is. Looks like we've got an American 737 pushed back, ready to go. Is this our rare Max? It is. Something we don't say this very often. American Airlines flying a Max 8. Good to see you back, William. So again, good afternoon, everybody. Happy Sunday once again. Got our 777s and stuff as per usual today. All of our international flights on the move. American from London, Air France from Paris, Copa on the way. JetBlue coming from Puerto Rico. They're going to be in their brand new livery here this afternoon. Wish it was the Super Mario Brothers livery like we had last Sunday. Absolutely epic weekend last weekend for the special there. fact, that made the thumbnail for last week's episode. Got that CRJ racing out there against this Max 8. See that one pop in here in just a minute. So I assume that CRJ is going to get a move on here before the Max does. Again, we've got Delta 3245 just south of the airport here. Where is that truck? Is that up here? It might be down below me. Got PSA on the way. PSA Airlines coming in from DC via Reagan. Looks like we've got a lot coming in here in the next little bit. Hey, we got George the Stellar Sea Lion coming back again this week. Saw him last Friday, or last Sunday. Copa Airlines now 2 hours, 7 minutes out. JetBlue 404 from San Juan, Puerto Rico, 2 hours, 7 minutes out. Again, JetBlue avoiding Hurricane Aaron to the south here. They flew up all across the island there. Aeromexico getting ready to head across the Gulf. They got 3 hours left in their flight. The American 777 from London, 2 hours, 58 minutes. Air France, 3 hours, 49 minutes. So they're more or less an hour away from each other. That might cause a little bit of an issue here on the ground. Got another American 2607 pushing back here, headed to Philadelphia in just a minute, A320-200. First up, though, is going to be our CRJ departure. Nice cloud coverage down there at the end of the runway. Robbie, good morning. I assume this CRJ right here is either headed back to Newark or it's headed back to JFK. I think we already had our LaGuardia departure, or did we have our JFK departure? I don't remember. We'll find out. That one headed to Newark, Endeavor 5273. That CRJ 900LR. We still have that American Max 8 out at the end of the runway there. I gotta check to make sure I'm not missing any of y'all's messages. Had a little issue with the software there. So the American Max 8 getting ready to go. Still NA for their information, but they are lined up and waiting. They came from Dallas Fort Worth, so I have a feeling that's where this one's headed back to, headed to DFW. We have that American A321neo that came in from Miami. I assume that one will head back to Miami here a little later on. Definitely an unusual sight here, though, to see an American Max 8. Pick this one up here toward the end of the terminal. Ooh, they're going to run a long way down. Got an E175 pushing back here, an American Eagle. This one been sitting here for a couple hours, ready to go. We've got that A320 headed out to the end of the runway, getting ready to go back to Philadelphia. And then, of course, our next arrival, Delta 3245, turning on base here. We also have a Delta A319 headed out to the end of the runway, getting ready to leave. I believe that one headed back to Tampa. Again, we'll find out in just a little bit. Kind of sad we don't have any 757s as of right now. So let's find out where that MAX is headed. That is American Airlines 2685. They are headed back to DFW. So that MAX came in from DFW, now back to DFW. So they'll pull this American Eagle out to the starting line. Get engines fired, ready to roll. Hey, there's Will. Will's out at the beach. I need another beach day myself. Hopefully one day before the cold weather gets back here, we'll head out to the beach one more time. I feel like this one might come out back here a little closer to us. If you guys are wondering why we're set up the way we're set up today, I was thinking we might have some wind direction changes here later this afternoon after watching the Windy app. Look like we might have some directional changes, but those wind hasn't changed just yet. So that 737 coming in from Atlanta, they did make their way all the way down here. I just wasn't patient enough to wait. Chilling in the room by himself. Sometimes that's always good to be able to hang out by yourself. Well, most of them have been turning out early. That one didn't. That one came all the way down here. Got a CRJ getting ready to fire up here behind us, so we're gonna be quiet here, 'cause I don't like to talk over the CRJs. The American Eagle gets a move on finally. So we got 2 out at the end of the runway waiting to go. American to Philadelphia, and I believe Delta to Tampa. There you go, you can hear the engines getting ready to start for the CRJ. Likes. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. 117 away from our goal. Looks like PSA going to be our next arrival. Let's see where that one was headed. That was Delta 1377. They are headed to Orlando. Headed out to Mickey Mouse Town. Again, a PSA going to be our next arrival. This, I believe this is going to be our CRJ 900. Again, this one coming in from Washington, D.C. via a DCA. About 40 minutes of flight time, 38 minutes or so by the time they touch down here. Service. Shoot, yeah. So we'll see this American CRJ back here in the alleyway here in a minute. We've got Frontier Airlines, Max the Lynx, getting ready to head back out of here. Seen a lot of Max over the past month or so. So good to see Max the Lynx once again. Alright, so we know we're at 183 likes. We've got another American Eagle coming in from Philadelphia. This one's going to be an ERJ 145 LR. Let's give you guys a little bit of an update on our sub count. We were 25 away. Still 25 away. So make sure if you guys are new, smash the like button and of course subscribe. Feel free to say hello in the chat. Subscribing is free. Come back and watch whenever you feel like. Trying to roll over that big 6K today. So that 737 from Atlanta, the one we caught a minute ago, the one that I was a little impatient on, is sitting down here at the end of Terminal 2 waiting for a gate. Seems like Delta's having a little bit of some issues here with gates. I don't know if they had some sort of issue somewhere, but this will be the second plane we've seen from Delta waiting for a gate. So a bit of a rarity. We saw it last week. We do have that ERJ 145 coming in here in just a minute. This is our CRJ 900 from DCA. So the ERJ is operated by, well, it just says American Eagle, but it's, I think, operated by Piedmont Air. And again, they are coming from Philadelphia. So we leave the CRJ to go to the ERJ. This one is not one that we normally see. We did see it last week. I believe this was the A319 flight in previous weeks. So maybe they've slowed the Philadelphia flights down a little bit. Somebody was talking about the Air Canada ground stop in here earlier. I haven't seen anything else about it. We did have Air Canada leave here and head back to Montreal early this morning before we got started. So hopefully we see the ERJ back here in the alleyway as well, but I'm not really sure about that. Again, we're going to have a little bit of a gating issue here with the American 777 and Air France. So they're about an hour apart from each other. So I think London left late this morning. So now the possibility of a gating issue when the two of them arrive is going to be a real thing. They're still... Normally the American 777 is about an hour away. Right now, the American 777 is... It still says 2 hours, 38 minutes. Something doesn't seem right, but we'll check on them again in a minute. Next arrival is going to be United 2858 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. That's going to be a 737 at 900. Got Max the Lynx lined up, ready to go. Ready to get on out of here. Might see Max again here in a little while. Again, we've seen a lot of Max the last couple of Sundays. So our CRJ making their way to the gate. I think the ERJ went to the other side of the terminal there. Again, we've got a couple of minutes here. We've got about 6 minutes for United 2858 from Jersey. Let's see where Max is headed. Frontier 3073, A321 at 200. No info just yet. Give flight radar a minute to catch up. They're headed to Cleveland, Ohio. So I'm going to send that one out of here. Again, we still have that Delta sitting over here waiting for their gate. Again, I don't know what the issue is with Delta today. Seems like we've had a couple of them sitting over here waiting for departures. We don't have any more, or a gate, I should say, not departures. Make sure we're not sitting on any cords here. We've got an E175 pushing back over here on the other side for American. Again, this Delta's going to sit here and wait for a gate, looks like. So they got a couple of minutes. We've got that United coming in about 5 minutes. We got Poppy the Prairie Dog coming from Miami here in about an hour or so. JetBlue 404 from San Juan, Puerto Rico, still 1 hour 40 minutes. Copa Airlines 1 hour 40 minutes. So those two racing in. Aeromexico 2 hours 36 minutes. American from London 2 hours 31. Air France 3 hours 31. So they are now exactly 1 hour apart. So we'll see what they decide to do there with those two. We've got our A321neo pushed back. This one getting ready to head back to Miami, Florida for American Airlines. It's going to be American 2340. We've got our 737 from Newark, New Jersey on arrival here. United 2858. Gotta check, make sure we don't have an issue here with the chat. No, just a quiet chat. Makes me feel like I got a problem with the chat when you guys are as quiet as you are. It's the second week in a row I've had kind of a quiet chat. So there's that Neo for American Airlines, our second rare-ish plane today. Not often you hear us say A321neo for American or MAX 8 for American. I've had both here today. Yeah, hopefully they'll add another airline here one of these days. Will, hopefully. So here comes United 2858 from Newark, New Jersey. Another 737-900. We've got a Delta A319 on the move, headed out for departure just behind our A321neo. looks like it needs a bath. Looks like we got Axel, the Axolotl, pushing back over here. Let's swing over here to Delta. I believe our United will come around here. There goes Delta. I figured as soon as that we saw that A319 head out, that Delta would get a move on. So United will be around here shortly. We've got that ERJ, something we don't see every day, poking its nose around the corner there. Again, that one coming in from Philadelphia. We've got a couple of Southwest flights coming in here on the other side. Again, I set up thinking that we were going to be on the 05s later this afternoon. Doesn't look like it at the moment, but the windy prediction said that the winds were variable today. Otherwise, we probably would have tried to set up closer to the end to give you guys both shots. We didn't. Chose not to go up on the roof, being that it's going to be 92 degrees today. We suffered last weekend with the high temperatures last week, so I didn't want to do that again this weekend. So we come down a floor on the 5s currently, or on the 6th floor. So you see Delta getting a move on. That's not the one that just moved from over here, by the way. That one is still sitting here on the corner. United's getting ready to come around here. Ooh, now we've got that Neo getting ready to leave for American Airlines. So we're going to miss out on United's turn into the gate here, possibly, unless it's slowed up by the Delta sitting there waiting on Axel, the Axolotl. Getting ready to get them out of here as well. So the A321neo headed back to Miami. Yeah, we've got an American CRJ and we've got an ERJ here, Daryl. So here goes our A321 back to Miami. United, I think, is going to go to the corner, so we won't see them anyway. We're waiting on that Delta to still get out of the way, and of course, Axel, the Axolotl, is still in their way. So it looks like we got a baby bus ready to go here, possibly A320. Figure out where this Delta's headed in just a minute as they get out of here. I think this one's headed back to Detroit. Nope, I'm going to say this one's going to head to Tampa. The way they're making that left-hand turn, Detroit would have stayed straight. Anybody want to wager where that's headed before I look at it? I feel like it's headed to Florida somewhere. It could be Fort Lauderdale, it could be Tampa. Let's find out. It could be MCO for all we know. Headed to Fort Lauderdale. Delta 1038 to Fort Lauderdale. Looks like we got another Delta Airlines out there. Delta 2633 headed to Atlanta. Another 737-900. I am really sad that we haven't had any 757s today. I don't think we're going to get any either. If they hadn't sent them already, chances of them sending them are going to be very slim. So again, Delta, this one headed it to Atlanta. It's another 737-900. Getting a bit of a slow roll here. Will, that's right, don't gamble. You can typically tell where they're going depending on what kind of direction they take. Like this one will just fly straight out of here for a while. Again, we already know where this one's headed. They're headed to Atlanta. Looks like the other 737 we had earlier that headed to Atlanta just touched down in Atlanta. So now this one ready to get there. Seems like we've seen a lot of those. We've seen more Delta Atlanta flights today than we've seen American Charlotte flights. Speaking of American, we've got Republic Airways 4459 getting ready to head back to LaGuardia. That American Eagle we saw push back a little while ago. Not sure if they're going to go in front of Frontier or if Frontier is going to go first. Frontier 1039 headed to Orlando. That is Axel, the Axolotl, headed to Mickey Mouse Town here. So those two will sort out their positions here, looks like. No movement out of the two of them. Let's see, do we have somebody on final? We do. We've got Endeavor 5114 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. This CRJ spending an hour and about 9 minutes in the air. Coming in from Music City, Tennessee. Also known as Nash Vegas. Nice touchdown for the CRJ. Should have that one back here in the alleyway between the terminal and the road here in just a few minutes. So there you go, Daryl. Here's your CRJ. So the ERJ and the CRJ parked over here. You can tell which is which just by looking at the engines. The one closest to us is the CRJ. The one farthest away is the ERJ. I think we pointed that out last year when we were in Charlotte, because they get a lot of the ERJ 145s there in Charlotte. We actually did a show facing the CRJ ERJ terminal down there the last time we went to Charlotte, facing the city. So we'll wait for this CRJ to make their way around here. We've got another one coming in here. We've got Republic Airways 5778. This one coming in from LaGuardia. This is going to be a Delta Connection E175 this time. So that one, 1 hour, 6 minutes of flight time by the time they get here. Will, I have no idea when we're going to go back to Charlotte. Here we go. Frontier back to Mickey Mouse Town, Orlando. headed to MCO. Axel the Axolotl. Is he gonna pop out of? There we go. Safe travels to Axel. Same, Matt, man, same. Just knuckle dragging across the floor. There's Republic. Coming in from LaGuardia. So we still have that American Eagle sitting out there at the end of the runway waiting for departure. Let's see, who's going to be our next arrival? Got a Southwest just south and west of the airport here. They're going to be coming in on the other side. I was trying to see if I could see them. Starting to make their turns. Oh, we've got Frontier 1517, George the Stellar Sea Lion. We saw them here last week. Looks like they're making some odd movements off to the south, or off to the north of our location here. Doing something a little bit different, looks like. 201 likes. Thank you so much, you guys, for smashing that like button. If you guys haven't yet, please do so. 99 likes away from our 300 like goal here this afternoon. As well, if you guys are new, please feel free to subscribe. Say hello in the chat. Trying to reach 6,000 subscribers today. That is a free option, a free way to help the channel. And you can watch anytime you like. So we should have that E175 back here in a second. I don't know where that CRJ went that touched down a minute ago from Nashville. I think they're on the front side there, but we'll head over here to the E175. They'll pull right here into this gate. Wait on somebody to come out here to guide them in. Give you guys one of the marshalling shots here. It looks like Frontier 1517 scrubbing off some speed or something there to the north. Trying to scrub off some altitude. Got another helicopter off in the distance. See if we can try to snag this one here now that I see it far enough out. The other one was over top of me before I knew it. He's turning away from us here. Making that quick turn in there. Oh boy, that was a good one. Looks like we do have Southwest coming in on this side, something we haven't seen all day. Southwest 752 coming in from Austin, Texas. 2 hours, 31 minutes flight time for the 737-700. It's our first Southwest of the day. Hey, there's Scott. Good afternoon, Scott. Nice. Southwest going to pull out early here so they can make their way up the hill. Got to navigate that closed taxiway there. So right here for the bridge. This taxiway closed, they'll go to the far side there. And we'll catch them head up the hill in just a moment. 737-700. So you saw that we had Mesa Airlines at United Connect, United Express headed out to the end of the runway there. Still have that American Eagle out there as well. So our next arrival is going to be Frontier 1517. So that might have been why they were doing such an odd turn off to the north of the airport here, giving Southwest a little room there. Kind of odd to see Southwest on our side, but I'm okay with that. I enjoy seeing Southwest. Again, like I said, we set up expecting them to go to the 25s today, or the 05s today, but it doesn't look like they're going to. Looks like my Windy app predicted wrong here. So George, the Stellar Seal coming in from Philadelphia. This is going to be an A321-200 Neo. About 54 minutes of flight time by the time he touches down here. See George again here in just a second. So we'll wait for George here. Should pull out. Looks like they're going to go down far enough here. We'll see him one more time. Got a Breeze Airways turning on final, but I believe they're turning on final for left. 23 left here this afternoon. Probably already turned out. Gonna get quiet here. We still have that United Express out there at the end of the runway, as well as that American Eagle has yet to leave. So a couple planes out at the end. As George got off the runway here, we'll see where he's headed. Here he comes. Yeah, they got off early and they're creeping there. See the top of the tail. He looks happy. Saw this one last week. I think he's another one of Frontier's new liveries. Looks like Mesa Airlines is going to be our next departure here. They're going to head back to Houston, I believe. That's where this E-175 United Express came from. So I feel like the United Express will head back to Houston. I'll give you guys an update again here on all of our international stuff. In just a minute, we should be looking at about 2 hours and 3 hours for the 777s. Again, London left late this morning. They should be normally arriving about now, within the next 20 to 30 minutes. But they left late. Both Air France and American are hot on each other's heels here. They're about an hour apart. So that could cause some gate issues later on in the afternoon. Hey, Anthony, SK, good afternoon. Coming to us from the Ivory Coast in Africa. Dang. Nice. Hey, we got a catering truck up here against the E175s. Now this I have seen before. It was the CRJs, if you remember last week. That was one that's more of a rarity to see a CRJ with a catering truck there. Alright, so let's give you guys some exact times here on our triples. Americans over Maine currently 1 hour 59 minutes. So right at 2 hours. 2 hours 56 minutes for Air France. Copa 1 hour 16 minutes. JetBlue 404 from San Juan, Puerto Rico, 1 hour 14 minutes. Aeromexico 2 hours 5 minutes. So there's a little update on some of our internationals today. Hey, we got Cliff the Mountain Goat coming in here in a little while. He came from Chicago. He's going to be here in about an hour or so. Current next arrival is going to be an American Airlines, I think. It's going to be Republic Airways 4545 coming in from LaGuardia, New York. E175LR, so that means we'll have one of our E175s, possibly the CRJ or the ERJ pushback here in a minute. We've got a Delta CRJ just behind that one. We've got another Southwest 711 coming in from Chicago Midway. It's another 700. That one will be here in just a little while. So United Express is Mesa Airlines Ash 6075. They are headed back to Houston, Texas. We saw that one arrive from Houston earlier this morning, or earlier this afternoon, headed it back to Houston. So we got a couple minutes here waiting for our next arrival. So the American 777, again, it's got 2 hours left, right? So we're looking at almost 3 o'clock for their arrival. It'll be around 2:50. And then Air France will be here around 3:50. So Air France is a little on the early side, it seems like. Normally they don't land until about 4:20. Looks like they're ahead of schedule here. But American running late by about 2 hours, looks like. Alright, so while we're not doing anything, let me give you guys one more update here. We're up to 210 likes, so thank you guys for smashing the like button. We are now 16 subscribers away from 6,000 today. So I think, hopefully, we'll be able to get it. Remember, if you guys have yet to subscribe, please do so. It helps the channel, as well as it is a free way to help the channel. So come back, watch anytime you like, of course. And don't be shy, say hello in the chat. There's our American Eagle that's been sitting down there for about a half hour or so. Looks like we got an A321 ready to go back to Charlotte. You saw that one there briefly. So we're 90 likes away from our like goal of the day. And 16 subs away from our 6K goal. A little bit of a drag race here. A little Delta E175 versus the A320, A321. Possibly. So a couple more headed out here. I'm hoping this Southwest. So this Southwest doesn't have a label. If you guys are following along on flight radar and watching all the planes in the air, this Southwest does not have a label on it. I don't know why. It is coming in from Chicago O'Hare. It is the 737-700. I'm hoping it'll come in over here. We did just have Southwest touchdown here on this side. These two make their way out of here. We shouldn't have anybody else sitting out at the end of the runway. Do have that Republic 45 coming in from LaGuardia. 1 hour, 4 minutes flight time. That is our next arrival. A little E175. Joshua, good afternoon. So Will, like the icon, the Southwest icon that, you know, that follows them, it doesn't have one going with it. They're on a flight radar. So again, this one coming in from LaGuardia, 1 hour, 6 minutes, 4 minutes of flight time according to flight radar. Southwest is going to come in to the back side here. Going to land on their runway, Terminal 1 side there. Our next arrival, unless we have this other Southwest come in over here, we've got Endeavor 5072 coming in from JFK. That's going to be another CRJ for a Delta connection. Tell me. My butt dialed Frontier. I know, I need to get in touch with them. They're like, hey, you know. Alright, so we got a couple minutes here before our next arrival. So that American Eagle E175 LR, that's Republic Airways 4459. They're headed to LaGuardia. Also got Republic Airways 5823 arriving in about 11 minutes, coming in from Mickey Mouse Town, another one from Orlando. And as you can see, we've got an American Eagle pushing back. We've got another one or two out here at the end of the runway. We've got Republic Airways 5686 sitting out at the end of the runway. They're getting ready to head back to Boston, that E175. That A321 from American Airlines, that's American 2688, headed back to Charlotte. We've got another American pushing back, a Republic headed to LaGuardia. That's over on the other side of the terminal. So a couple of American Eagles pushing back, one on one side, one on the other. As this one gets ready to head back to Boston. Again, this is Republic Airways. And disappeared off of flight radar here. But Republic Airways headed it back to Boston. American Eagle standoff over here. One trying to come in and one trying to leave. Again, we still have that A321 out at the end of the runway to Charlotte. That's what we need. We need to go get some F-15s. All right, looks like American 2688 is waiting for Endeavor 5072 again, coming in from JFK, New York. That one's going to be our next arrival. Those are the two E175s. American Eagles straighten things out here. They'll switch positions. looks like we've got our ERJ E145 pushing back here. Swing around to the front of the car there, grab some stuff, grab a couple drinks out of the bag. All right, so American 2688 headed back to Charlotte. That's A321. Like it's going to leave a bit on the heavy side here. Republic Airways 5823 coming in from MCO, going to be our next arrival. Again, that last American headed to Charlotte. That was American 2688. Next arrival, though, is going to be that Republic 5823. Coming from Orlando. One hour, 24 minutes of flight time. Hey, Rail Stalker, good afternoon. So we got Frontier ready to go, that E145, that ERJ ready to go. Those two are going to race their way out there. We've got a Delta CRJ coming down the hill, coming away from the penalty box. You can see that one there on the left side of your screen. So a couple of planes here getting ready for departure. And the American CRJ 900 ready to push back as well. So the ERJ and the CRJ came in roughly around the same time. Looks like the ERJ back to Philadelphia is going to get out of here fairly quickly. So Rail Stalker penalty box indicates where they've been sitting waiting to either depart or wait for a gate. So they go up and they sit and they wait for their departure time, or they go up and wait for a gate. There are several of them around the airport they use. The main one is on the hill between the two runways. As you see, the CRJ stopped out there. Frontier going to get after it, looks like. So this is Frontier 2343. They're headed back to Dallas-Fort Worth. Mason, the Texas Horned Lizard. Mason headed back to his home state. seen Molly yet today, Rail Stalker. Apologies. You guys know I don't like to talk over the E175s and the CRJs back here in the corner, so give this one a minute. I'm gonna get you guys that marshalling shot. Hey, Tony. Yeah, that's why I'm set up facing the 05s today. They've stayed on the 23s as of right now, but we were worried when we started the show that they were going to flip runways, so that's why we're facing the direction we're facing today instead of being down there getting both runways, unfortunately. I figured they would have flipped runways by now, but it doesn't feel like the wind is too bad. All right, here we go. Marshal shot for you guys. Though, Tony, I am enjoying them being on the 2-3s for once. It's been a couple of weeks since we've seen them on the 2-3s. Unfortunately, the wind has been really iffy. Of course, it is that time of the year in and around the airport where the wind directions change, you know, quite significantly. Being that the fall winds are coming here before too long. And with all the weather off the coast, the winds will definitely be a lot different over the coming weeks. Ooh, 9:20, 9:21, 9:22. Hey, yes, shoot me the messages. Yeah, I don't think too many people enjoy the 5s here. Unfortunately, like I said, I set up for the 5s today, thinking that they might change at some point. There is still the chance that they will, but they've been sticking hard to the 2-3s this afternoon, so that's A-okay with me. That Delta CRJ we just saw leaves Endeavor 5009, headed to JFK, New York. CRJ 900LR. Of course, we're going to see this one out of here. That one's getting ready to head back to DC via Reagan. All right, so we got a few minutes here before that departure. Let's see if we can give you guys a little bit of an update here. Excuse me. Copa coming in from Panama, now 47 minutes away. They're over Georgia, getting ready to be cross over into South Carolina. We've got Frontier coming in from Miami. Poppy, the Prairie Dog livery, coming here in just a few minutes. JetBlue 404, 47 minutes out. So the race from Copa and San Juan, Puerto Rico has been on for a good chunk of the day. Afternoon, RDU native. Hope all is well with you. We've got Spirit Airlines coming in here in a few minutes, about 16 minutes. They've got a A320neo. Chances are, though, we'll see that one. We won't see that one. It'll go to the other side, but they are coming in from Detroit. Let's give you an update on our heavies here. Looks like American 173 heavy just now passing Boston. 1 hour 25 minutes left for them. Air France 2 hours 29 minutes. They've slowed down by about 4 minutes here. Backing off a little bit from our American 777. Again, that's going to cause some gating issues here in just a little while. Possibly. Hey, we got Cliff the Mountain Goat. We haven't seen him in a while, coming from Chicago. 33 minutes for him. Plenty of things going on in between all of these flights, of course. Aeromexico, 1 hour 28 minutes. They've been in the air 2 hours 8 minutes so far. We've got an A319 on the move. This one headed back to Detroit. I almost forgot that one was out there. We've got our CRJ still chilling out there. Trying to see what all we got going on down here close to us. Drop off still full for flights later this afternoon, as you guys can see. A lot of folks hanging out down there. Alright, so let's get that information on Delta. I believe that's headed back to Detroit, Michigan. It is. That's Delta 2164, again headed to Detroit. A319-100, little baby bus. Maybe we'll see the Spirit Airlines. Highly doubtful, but the chances are never zero. Always 50-50. So we got a few minutes here. Here's our 737-800 coming in from Charlotte, American 1897. That one going to arrive here in about 23 minutes. Going to have another 737-8 from American coming in from Dallas. 22 minutes away for that one. So it looks like we're going to slow down here for just a little bit. There's a lot of traffic, just not too much for us here on this side at the moment. Again, Spirit in 10 minutes. We'll see where Spirit decides to go. Finally, that American Eagle CRJ getting a move on here. That one headed back to DC via Reagan. So we'll see that departure here in just a few minutes. I assume they were sitting out there waiting on finishing up some stuff. So, as I told you guys, the American 777 running behind. They should have been here by now. They still have an hour or so. An hour 17 left in their day. So they'll be here around 2:45 or so, 2:40. Copa now 42 minutes. I feel like that's a lot closer than that. Same with the Delta flight from Atlanta. It says 38, but I feel like that is so much closer than that. So we'll get busy again here in just a little bit. Time to kick back, relax. So we've got an American Eagle on the runway. It's not our CRJ, but it is one of the E175s. This APU starting down here for this other E175. I'm gonna say that one's headed to New York. Somewhere in New York. How much you wanna bet? Alright, Republic Airways 4765. I was correct. Headed to JFK. Still have that American Eagle out there at the end of the runway. That CRJ, of course, headed to DC. Sounds like somebody taking off on the runway behind us. So 13 subscribers away from reaching 6,000. So again, if you guys haven't yet subscribed to the channel, please do so. Again, we are now 13 friends away from reaching 6K. We had a Delta CRJ depart over on the other side, headed to Detroit. That's what we heard, believing. We've got a Endeavor 4944 coming in from Austin, Texas. That one's going to arrive here in just a minute. They are just south of the airport currently. That's going to be another Delta connection. E175. Spirit Airlines on final. Kind of looks like Spirit's on our side. Let's see if I can lean out over here and see what side Spirit's on. I can't see them just yet, so we'll find out. Just a minute. I believe they're going to go to 2-3 left, unfortunately. We were hoping for Spirit. Comes our CRJ back to DC. is operated by PSA. Hey, Carolyn, good afternoon. Again, we've got a couple minutes here before we have any more arrivals. It looks like we'll be busy, hopefully for the rest of the afternoon while we check out United's pushback here. So again, we've got a couple minutes here. We're going to be a little on the slow side. It's been a great 3.5 hours so far. It's been nice and busy. Start checking on the batteries here. We're down 2 bars on the battery. So this United 737 making their way out. Pick them back up on the other side here. Hey, Coaster, test guy, all right. We should be able to see you depending on what airline you're flying. If you're flying Spirit, Southwest, anything on the other side, Breeze, there's a chance we won't see you. But if you're flying American, Delta, United, any one of them, we'll catch you over here on this side. As long as it's not too late in the evening. Again, the battery's looking good here. So far, we've got only missing 2 bars on our big battery. We've probably got about another 2 hours left on that big one. Then we'll swap it out for our other big one. It's definitely a warm afternoon here. If you guys are outside, you know what I'm talking about. I'm in the shade and I've got a sheen of sweat all over me. It's only because there's no air moving around here. So you're going to be coming in late on Southwest. Yeah, we set up thinking they were going to switch to the 05s at some point, but no such luck so far this afternoon, which is okay. We don't like the 05s anyway. Alright, so we've got American Airlines 1897 coming in from Charlotte. That's going to be that 737. That one arriving now in about 10 minutes or so. Delta Endeavor 4944, that Delta Connection CRJ, arriving here in just a minute from Austin, Texas. 2 hours, 35 minutes of flight time by the time they touch down. They're getting ready to be really close to final here. So we'll see them here in a minute. Still a good ways out there, it looks like. So again, good afternoon, everybody. Hope all is well with everyone. We're waiting on all of our major international flights here this afternoon. Copa Airlines, JetBlue, Aeromexico, and Air France. Of course, American from London. Copa and JetBlue now 30 and 32 minutes away. Delta CRJ's on final. Looks like we're going to have Delta and United departures here in just a few minutes. One headed back to Atlanta. I don't know where United's headed yet, but obviously Delta has been really big on Atlanta today. That 737-900. DB, good afternoon. Again, that last one coming in from Austin, Texas, 2 hours, 30 minutes of flight time for the CRJ. So we got the two 737s making their way out of here to the end of 2-3 right. Alright, speaking of 737s, looks like American 1897 on final from Charlotte. That one on, making their last turn there as we've got Delta getting ready to give us a turn and burn here. 737, I do believe, headed back to Atlanta, Georgia. About an hour worth of flying time for them. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. 233 likes. Make sure if you guys haven't smashed that like button yet, please do so. Trying to reach that big 300 today. Alright, Delta 3245 headed to Atlanta. That 737 at 900. Speaking of 737s, our one from American Airlines. Up next is 737-800 from Charlotte. American 1897. 30 minutes of flight time for this one by the time they get here. Looks like United's going to go for it. Stick with American, we're already with them. United should leave in enough time. Possibly. We're going to use a lot of runway here. Come on, United. United's still not off the runway. There they go. Finally off the runway. As the 737 touches down from Charlotte. So this one's going to be followed by another American Airlines. Let's see where they're coming in from. American Airlines 2693 coming in from DFW, another 737-800. United's headed to Chicago O'Hare. United 1920, 737-900. So again, American Airlines 2693 going to be our next arrival again from DFW. Another 737-8. As you guys can see, we're enjoying a beautiful afternoon here in Raleigh. Been a lot of rain in the last couple of weeks. Just not on the weekends, unfortunately. We really want some of these rain shows, but it seems like on the weekends it dries out and is nice, which is good. If you're off on the weekends, that's fantastic. Enjoy the rain regardless. So it looks like we're going to get a little bit busy here over the course of the next few minutes. Copa's still out there. JetBlue. We've got Frontier coming in next. Frontier 3322 coming in from Miami. Poppy, the prairie dog livery. He'll be coming in just a few minutes. We also have Republic Airways 3632 coming in from Washington Dulles. So those two will argue over space. What's up, the Aviation? Good afternoon. Yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we spend a lot of our time doing these shows, the parking garage. So we got a couple minutes here while we wait on these two. I think we're going to have that Republic Airways from DC first. Republic 3632. Just a reminder, if you guys are just joining us, the 777s. The American 777 running late today. We've got about 4 slated at 4 arrival. The farthest one out is a MAX 9 from United. 10 minutes. So we've got 4 or 5 here to roll in here in the next 10 minutes or so. So things are going to start to pick back up. Little lunchtime break here. Republic Airways turning on final. Again, they're coming from Washington, D.C. Hey, Thomas, good afternoon. So if you're hoping to catch the 777s, you haven't missed either one of them yet. I think American's still about an hour out. "48 minutes for the American 777. As we await the arrival of Republic here. Close enough yet to get them on camera. I generally do the Aviation. Usually pretty good about responding to comments and stuff. Some of you guys like to leave comments after we end the show, so we try to respond to as many as possible. I try to keep my eye on all of that stuff. So Did you end up going to the parking garage or the observation deck instead of the garage today? We're always on the garage. We don't typically, obviously, if you're from here, you know that this is the best spotting location, especially for shows. Actual plane spotting, I don't know. I think I prefer the observation deck down there. All right, so next arrival is going to be Frontier. We're going to have back-to-back Frontiers. Frontier 3322 coming in from Miami. Poppy, the prairie dog livery. This one right here on center stage. The Vision 2040. I like it. I think it looks good. Would I like to see them make some changes for us as plane spotters? Absolutely. As far as everything else goes, I think it looks fine. It's going to be a while, obviously. I'm ready for them to really get underway on building this new runway. I know they're working on getting all the drainage and stuff worked out right now. So when that new runway is done, a lot of exciting things will start to happen around here. They expand the terminals and stuff. We used to go to the gravel lot down there before they closed it. So we're hoping with the 2040 project that the EMS station's going to stay there. So the road will end right there at the EMS station. So we're hoping that they'll leave something open for us to hang out and be able to do. So if you know, they got to move Lumley Road around to the other side of the EMS station. So hopefully the airport will leave a plane spotter something up there toward the end of the runway, the new runway. Of course, you guys have heard me say it plenty of times. I would love something off to the west, off the right side of this airplane coming in here, but there's not really a whole lot of access out there. The roads all come to that point and dead end right there at the runway. So whether or not they would build us a little park or something off to the west, who knows. It would definitely be optimal for us, especially late in the evenings, wintertime, fall, even summer. So it's $5 and some change. I think it's $5.25 or something per hour. Anyway, it's $21 a day for parking up here. All right, we got our next arrival, Frontier 3352 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. Cliff, the mountain goat livery. He's going to be hot on the heels of this American Eagle. So the American Eagle should get out of here in time. It's not like a Max where they use up the entire runway. So yeah, if you're here all day, $21, or if you're here past 4 hours, it's 21 bucks. I think you've got a 15-minute window, I think Will just said. So you've got 15 minutes before it counts as an hour and it costs you that $5. 25 cents. So Cliff the mountain goat. Been a while since we've seen Cliff. And he's coming in from Chicago. We've got another arrival already on final. I told you guys we were going to get busy here. Here is the start of the afternoon. So this next arrival is United 2653, a Max 9 coming in from Matt Mann's neck of the woods, coming in from Chicago O'Hare. About to have an E175 start up behind us. So if you guys have been watching the show, if you're new here, when that E175 starts, I tend to mute my microphone because of the noise. I don't like to try to talk over the E175s or the CRJs back here in the alley. There she goes. Like Poppy and Cliff both trying to get back here into the alley. We've got Delta 3238 coming in from Atlanta, going to be our next arrival, another 737. That's going to be followed by a CRJ, I believe. No, private jet. That's going to be a Honda jet. That'll go to the other side, and we've got Copa Airlines now just off to the west of the airport. Man, I got my directions mixed up. Words are hard. So here we go. You guys have been waiting busy for some busy time. Here we go. more of them than we've seen anything else today. So you go a little double frontier parking here. Looks like we've got Endeavor 5108 coming in from LaGuardia. That's going to be our next arrival here. That's going to be a CRJ, the Delta Connection. That is going to be followed by Copa Airlines after that CRJ arrival. Let's wait on these two to shut down here. Thank you so much, Salt Lake City Flights gifting one Carolina Aviation membership. That one going to Daniel. Thank you so much for the support. As we await these two to shut down here. Again, Copa number 2 for final. American 777's getting ready to enter North Carolina, so we got a little bit of time left here before they touch down. So like I said, we're getting into our exciting portion of the day. A very busy morning here. We slowed down here about 1 o'clock. So from 10 to 1, absolutely was busy this morning. Now everybody's had a little bit of a lunch break. We're going to start getting busy. So let's see, where's JetBlue? JetBlue 404 coming in their new livery. They're going to follow Copa. They're going to be number 3 in line. Hopefully they don't land on the back side over there on 2-3 left. Waiting on this one to shut down here. Got an E175 and a CRJ from Delta Connection headed out. Hey, Tony. $20 super chat. Have an awesome rest of your show. I'll ping you if I am close enough to spot the spotter. Tony gonna make his way out here to the airport. Thank you, Tony. Have a wonderful afternoon, sir. Tony, another one of those huge supporters of the channel. Thank you, Tony. There's our CRJ. Again, this one coming in from LaGuardia. Not sure when we're going to end the stream today. Probably around the 777's departures. Depends on how much battery we have. Looks like both of our batteries are participating well today. We did have a little bit of a mess up. Our little battery was dead when I got here this morning. I didn't bring it in and charge it, but I think it was on in the car after we didn't do a show on Wednesday, and I think it got hot in the car and it ran the fan and it ran the battery out of it. Are you guys gonna shut that down anytime? Come on now. All right, Copa on final. After that, Republic or Endeavor. So there's our Copa Airlines again coming in from Panama City. 4 hours, 1 minute of flight time for the Panama flight. So again, we're going to try to get the 777s out of here. Hopefully nothing weird happens and we have to end early. There we go, shutting that one down. So again, if you guys missed it, our 777 American coming in about 2 hours late, right? So Air France is right behind them. They're an hour. So I'm assuming they're going to offload the passengers and move that American 777 pretty quickly. I don't know that they'll even offload any of the baggage or anything. They may wait and bring it over here to offload baggage, but they're really, really close to one another. Or they may just make Air France sit out there somewhere and wait for the gate. Hopefully for the passenger's sake they don't do that, but there is always the possibility of that. So again, Copa, 4 hours, 2 minutes flight time, touching down here. So we'll see that one. They'll head over here to the corner gate right there. So we'll be checking them out one more time. Our next arrival is going to be JetBlue 404 coming in from San Juan, Puerto Rico. 3 hours, 16 minutes of flight time for this one. Now this one is the JetBlue new livery. That is an A320-200. You guys remember last week we saw the Super Mario Brothers livery from them. This week it'll just be the normal new JetBlue livery. So they're about 2 minutes out. By the time they touch down, it'll be about 3 hours, 20 minutes or so. Then we're going to be followed by Delta 2521 coming in from Minneapolis. That's going to be an A320-200. Got a couple of CRJs, one you see headed out there. There's one already out there, and there's also an E175 already out there for Delta. So 3 regionals ready to go as we await Copa's turn here. They came all the way down here, so it'll be a minute. They're headed the other direction. Yeah, they'll definitely, like I said, they'll definitely have to do something, because if they don't, Air France is going to be sitting around waiting for a long time. You don't want that. You don't want Air France to be sitting around. Or at least I wouldn't want to be sitting on Air France. There we go, JetBlue 404 again. This one from San Juan, Puerto Rico. They made a little bit different departure route, given that they've got that Category 5 hurricane in the vicinity of Puerto Rico. So they come up across the entire island there. It's the orange winglets today. See the tail of Copa there. Again, Copa should, you can see they've got the wing walker out there already. So Copa going to go right there on the corner. We'll catch them in a minute. JetBlue should come over here. We're going to get a good close-up of JetBlue. Dang it, Copa's going to ruin this. So there's JetBlue. Copa Airlines already around, ready to make their turn. JetBlue going almost full length. They pulled out 1 notch from full length. United Spanish cousin making their way into their gate. That's what I like to call Copa. Copa in their gates. JetBlue should come around the corner here, hopefully. We'll see what they decide to do. We've got Republic Airways on the move. It's Delta Connection to E175. Lots and lots of movement here. Definitely keeping me busy. That one headed back to Boston, if I'm not mistaken. CRJ on the move. Gonna wait on JetBlue to reach their gate. Hit up that CRJ. We're going to be Delta. This one coming in from Minneapolis, I believe. Delta 2521, it is out of Minneapolis, that A320-200. Somebody's got their APU just cooking over here. American Eagle pushing back. I gotta turn the headset down just a little bit. That's gonna give me a headache if I keep listening to that whistle in my ear for that long. I'll be leaving here with a migraine. Alright, looks like the next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 4354. Coming in from Chicago O'Hare. That's going to be an E175LR. check that out. I still got to get my real ID at some point. I need to do that really, really soon, in fact. So an American Eagle pushing back. We've got an American Eagle on the way again. Republic Airways 4354 coming in from Chicago. Our 777s will be arriving, well, one of them will be arriving here in about 20 minutes or so. Just get ready to enter North Carolina as they pull the American Eagle out to the starting line here. You guys, I gotta make a quick battery change here, so you guys are gonna hear a little bit of silence for a minute. I'm gonna get this change made before the 777 arrival. All right, give me 1 second. So I wanted to pull all the big stuff off of this battery, or one of our big batteries. It has 1 bar left, but I wanted to pull all of our big stuff off of it and see how long it'll take it to run out with just the camera on it. Again, left the little, our camera battery, I left all of them in the car. You know, Wednesday, we charged them Tuesday night, ready to go for Wednesday. Of course, we had that family emergency Wednesday. So they stayed in the car charging. I think the little one was on, and they all have fans in them, and I think it kept running there, and I think it killed the little one. So trying to make do without our 1 battery for the camera here. So we've got the fan hooked up to it now only, and the camera hooked up to it. So if it dies, obviously we'll have to rearrange the batteries here really fast. And you guys will just see rainbow of death for for a few minutes while I try to resituate. So American Eagle's going to change positions here. So the American 777 now 7 minutes away. Got Frontier headed out toward the end of the runway, getting ready for departure. They were on flight radar. There they are. Frontier 3314 getting ready to head back to LaGuardia, New York. That's going to be that A321neo. That's George the Stellar Sea Lion. He's going to get ready to head back to New York via LaGuardia. Hey, Joshua, good afternoon. Miss Carolina gifting 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you so much. Joel F. receiving that membership. SC, good afternoon. Jeff Davis, good afternoon. Again, we're waiting on that American 777 here while I get ready to make some quick changes. It's starting to get a bit warm out here now. High temperature at 92 supposed to be today. I'm not even in the sunlight yet. I'm dreading that. It's not too much longer before we're in the sun, so that'll make things a little more interesting here. Hopefully it won't put an end to the show. I know we're ready for all of this summertime heat to go on, or at least I am. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I'm done with the summertime heat here this year. Been miserable with all the record heat temps in and around the triangle here. Got everything charging here now, so hopefully we'll be okay for a little while. 777 now on final, 2 minutes out. 7 hours, 10 minutes of flight time. Looking at about 7:12 by the time they touch down here. Just remember, the Air France is directly an hour behind this one. So again, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you guys for tuning in. This one here, an hour and a half late. The American 777, normally here by 1 p.m., 1:20 at the latest. They are running way behind this afternoon. Make sure if you guys are just joining us, smash that like button. Trying to get to 300 likes today. Last count was 230 something, I believe. And if you're new to the channel, feel free to subscribe. It's free. It's a free way to help the channel. Come back, watch anytime you like. We're trying to reach 6,000 subscribers today. So again, if you guys haven't yet subscribed, please do. Give you guys a little bit of an update on where we sit on subscribers. We were 13 away. We are now 6 subscribers away from 6,000. So come on, do we have 6 folks who aren't subscribed? So 6 subscribers from 6K. All right, I'm going to mute my mic. You guys enjoy the 777. Again, the 777 about an hour and a half late here this afternoon, coming from London. So she's finally here. So now Air France should be about an hour behind this one. They were starting to slow down just a little bit, give this one a little bit more room. But there at one point they were a perfect hour of separation. So the 777 will make their way over to the gate. We've got a CRJ ready to roll here. update, by the way, 255 likes, 45 away from our 300 like goal on the day. Only 6 subscribers away from 6,000 here this afternoon. So again, if you guys haven't subscribed yet, please do so. I'll check it again here in just a minute. We're getting down to it. Next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 4567 coming in from Nashville. That's going to be an American Eagle E175 as this American Eagle gets out of here. Don't think we'll see the American pull into their gate. Maybe a little. Again, we were set up for the 05s. The winds look like they were going to change, but that hasn't happened yet. So, hey, Eddie. Yeah, we're looking at about 92 degrees here. No rain. Lots of clouds in the air, though. I wish we'd get a nice big cloud cover here before the sun creeps in on me here. And I got to start making all kinds of shade preparations for all of the equipment so we don't run into any issues. The SWAS index is, it's not too bad actually. It's even better now that I've got a nice breeze at my back. Was kind of high earlier. Speaking of which, how you gonna get on there in Phoenix? If you guys don't know, as soon as we end here, you guys will be sent out to Phoenix, Arizona. To Pip. Not sure he'll be on before we end the show, but nonetheless, you guys will be out there for when he's ready to start. Here we go, Frontier Airlines on the move. So now, like I mentioned earlier, it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do with the 777 here. They're going to have to unload it as quickly as possible and get it moved over here to the D gates before Air France 777 arrives. Like I said, American an hour and a half late today. Air France was pushing right behind them. George getting out of here. Find out where George, the SEAL, is headed. So he'll be on around 9:30 this evening here on the East Coast. Whoa, this is an interesting turn. So, you know, we talked about gate issues. Here we go. Copa's not ready to go. Copa's going somewhere else to load. So maybe they're going to put the Air France 777 over here where Copa is. We'll find out in about an hour. So this one definitely an interesting turn of events right here. Copa gonna move. Copa is not ready for departure. Copa arrived, what, 40 minutes ago or so? They still got a lot of time. Looks like they pulled everybody off. They're gonna move Copa to the D gates, possibly. Possibly the other side of Terminal 2 there where they don't need customs. So again, if you guys are just joining us, the American 777 an hour and a half late, causing these gate issues here. Frontier 3314, George the Stellar Seal headed to LaGuardia. That one we saw depart just now. Next arrival for us is going to be Republic Airways 4749 coming in from LaGuardia. So one out, one in. Let's check on Air France here. Air France passing New York. About an hour and 5 minutes left in their journey from Paris. Still just 3 subscribers away from 6K here today. So make sure if you guys haven't subscribed yet, please do so. Free to subscribe. Free way to help the channel. And you can come back and watch anytime you like. So again, this one here, an interesting turn of events. They're going to take Copa somewhere else so they can load. 262 likes. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. We are trying to reach 300 likes as well today. So Copa going to go off to another gate. Again, Republic Airways 4749 going to be our next arrival coming in from New York. We'll swing back over there in just a minute. We're going to head over here to JetBlue, see what they're looking like. We've got that new livery there on JetBlue. This one coming in from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Around the same time, they arrived at number 2 after Copa there. So again, like I said, Copa headed to a different gate. So I have a feeling that Air France at 777 is going to go to that corner gate, which is something we don't see very often. Mexico now flying into the picture here. Aeromexico connects. 3 hours, 28 minutes of flight time for the E190LR. They got 7 minutes. Getting ready to be just west of the airport. They're making their turn now. So Aeromexico going to be our next international flight. Again, we have a couple more. I think we've got PSA coming back from Washington, D.C. We do. That's going to be an American Eagle CRJ. That'll be the second time we've seen them today. Be interesting to see if they bring Copa all the way over here to this gate, but I don't think they will. I think they're just going to take it to the other side of the sea portion of the terminal over there. So Republic from LaGuardia going to be our next arrival. Thank you, Gavin. Barely any tire smoke for the E175. Nice touchdown. See that Republic hit the alleyway here in just a few minutes. Should pop right around the corner here. They get off the runway. Alright, so PSA going to be our next arrival. That is an American Eagle CRJ 900LR. Coming in from Washington, D.C. via Ronald Reagan. Looking at a 40-minute flight from D.C. to RDU. So that one will be our next one, followed by Aeromexico from Mexico City. Did our American Eagle go? There is a PSA. You might see Aeromexico in the background there as they're coming around to get on the final. So we should see both of those American Eagles back here. You can see the E175, just the tip of the tail as they get ready to make their way around here. There they are. Should see that CRJ here in just a moment as well. Don't think that CRJ is going to go to the front side of Terminal 2. To believe it, they'll be back here. All right, so Aeromexico next. Call sign SLI 430. 3 hours 36 minutes of flight time for them by the time they touch down here. That E190AR. Looks like it's going to be their older livery, not their updated one. We have seen their updated livery here before. Very interesting. I like it. I like their updated livery. Looks like they're going to be followed by Breeze, but I believe Breeze will obviously go 2-3 left, unfortunately. Yeah, we're getting close to our 6K. Working on 6,000 subscribers and 300 likes today. So there's Aeromexico coming in from Mexico City. The American Eagles will be waiting a while. They usually are. And as I said, the two American Eagles still waiting there. Looks like we are going to have Breeze over here from White Plains, Moxie 594. This A220-300 going to be our second surprise A220 today. It's also going to be followed by another Republic Airways, I believe. So Breeze and the A220 going to be next. We do have a departure here of CRJ. 20 we've seen over here on this side today. Always a good look to see Breeze Airways. So if they turn out mid-terminal, the possibility of us seeing them again head up the hill here will be highly likely. It seems like everybody's turned out and turned around and went up the hill at this end. This morning I did have one Breeze go up the hill over here behind us, but all the rest have gone up the hill right here. Finally, the American Eagle into their gate. Always seems to take them a long time to get the American Eagles in. Now they got to work to get the CRJ from DC in, as we wait and figure out which way Breeze Airways is going to go. Alright, so our next arrival is going to be another Republic Airways, I believe. It's going to be another Republic 4658 coming in from JFK. It's going to be another American Eagle E175. So that one probably will be waiting as well. It's time for all of our regional jets to make their way in here. Get some of our bigger stuff here shortly. Where did Breeze go? So Lynn says we hit 6K. You know, technically we need to hit about 610 before we hit 6K, because the reason I say that is we always end up losing a few people over the course of the 3-4 days we're not on the air. There goes Breeze. They're going to go up the backside here. Wasn't expecting that. Thank you, Lynn. Double check, make sure we did in fact hit our 6K mark. Do that here in just a second as Breeze crosses the bridge there. Next arrival is going to be American Airlines 2334 coming in from Philadelphia. This is going to be a 737-800. Sure enough, did 6,001. Thank you guys for getting us to 6,000 today. We were hoping to do it on Wednesday. Again, unfortunately, some unfortunate circumstances. Had a family emergency on Wednesday, so we did reach 6K today. Thank you guys so much for smashing that like button as well as subscribing to the channel. Well on our way. So let's see, what is today? Is today the 17th? That was, so Mattman, if Mattman's still here, exactly 3 months to get 1,000 subscribers. At 2 shows a week. Oh, I've messed up. I've put my sunshade up already to protect the computer here. So I lost that shot, so I apologize. Thank you, Greg. $6 super chat for 6 subs. Thank you, sir. So that's based on our emojis are based on how many, not subscribers, the other one, channel members we have. So the more channel members we have, the more emojis we can add. That CRJ is still sitting there waiting. That means they're going to be lined up around the building waiting to get in here in a minute. Oh, nope. Yep. I don't know. We've got an American Eagle over here. We'll see where that's going. So yeah, the emojis are based on how many members we have. So the more members we get, the more emojis we can add to the channel. So there you go. That American Eagle going to sit over there and wait for them to get situated, I assume. You saw the CRJ from DC still sitting over there waiting for their gate. We've got a CRJ about to start it below us, and you know what that means? That means I'm muting my mic because I don't like talking over the CRJs and E175s. Just a quick update on Air France. Air France now 45 minutes away. Should see that 777 where Copa was earlier today. So, one of these 737s headed to Charlotte, one of these 737s headed to Dallas, Fort Worth. Again, 41 minutes we're looking at for our 777 from Paris. So that American right there, the one that just departed, that's headed to Dallas, Fort Worth. The other one headed to Charlotte. Spirit Airlines departed a moment ago, headed down to New Orleans. Got Breeze Airways over on the other side, getting ready to roll. Got a couple of privates coming in here. There's our battery change we need to make. So give me 1 minute here while I change out this battery. had to make a quick cable change as well, because apparently this battery over here does not have the USB stuff doesn't work, the C port on it. Nice. Tony's over on the gravel hill there. Looks like we're having all kinds of problems here. We may have to cut this day shorter than we thought. If we can't keep our Wi-Fi charging, the cell phone I could care less about. I need to keep it going because of family stuff, but if I can't get our USB to work here, there we go. Alright, now our USBs are on. So one of our C cables is down. Alright, so apologize for that, you guys. Had to make that quick battery change. Again, we had our small battery that we run our camera off of die sometime during the week, so that one there not an option here. Just recover everything now. So we should be good to go for another couple hours at least. At least we'll get the arrival of Air France. We'll see what else happens after that. Next arrival looks like it's going to be a Delta. Again, I don't know if my cell phone's going to make it very long. Delta 2283. A220 300 coming in from Boston, Mass. 277 likes. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, for that update. So our first official A220 for our side here this afternoon. CRJ still sitting over there waiting. Not sure what they're waiting on. Looks like, was that for Frontier? JetBlue getting ready to head back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. They're getting ready to roll here already. A couple of those Frontiers on the move. JetBlue getting ready to roll out. A little bit of good news there. Got United 2269 coming in from Denver, Colorado, 737-900 ER. Getting ready to touch down here in just a minute or two. We've got a CRJ about to touch down now, but I think we've seen enough CRJs. AF7. Probably the Air France 777. That's what I can think of. Yeah, that's what he's talking about. He's going to get the Air France 777. So Tony does some wonderful photography, so he's going to go down there and capture those. That arrival here this afternoon. It's about 30 minutes away now. And just a reminder, you guys will be sent out to Phoenix, Arizona at the end of today's show. PIP going to start around 9:30 our time this evening. If you guys are still awake, pop in and say hello to Pip. I'll try to make my way in there. I should be there and ready. So Delta, that A220, gonna go out here and sit. Looks like another Delta slated to wait for a gate. This will be the third or fourth time we've seen that today. trying to find something to cover up the battery. We don't want the fan to run in the battery the whole time and then it kill the battery off fairly quickly. As the sun is getting ready to be in here on top of us here in just a minute. As soon as that sun gets in here, we're going to be running into all kinds of issues here. Thank you, Jay, for the update. 23 minutes away for the Air France 777. American Airlines 2704 coming in from Charlotte, North Carolina. Now in about 8 minutes. Air France now entering North Carolina, 22 minutes away. Thank you, Susan. We crossed over 6,000 here this afternoon. We've got 3 waiting for departure. That CRJ is still sitting over there waiting for a gate, as well as the American Eagle there at the top of your screen. We also have that A319 waiting for a gate. So again, a lot of Delta drama this afternoon and this morning. They're waiting around for their gates. So JetBlue headed back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Pretty quick turnaround here for them. So again, JetBlue back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Again, the CRJ has been sitting out here forever waiting on a gate. You can see they're getting ready to push back that American Eagle. Also, we have that other American Eagle sitting down here, the one you saw at the top of your screen a minute ago. And again, we're going to wait and see where they put Air France here in about 20 minutes. I think they're going to put Air France right on the corner there when they get here. So again, another 20 minutes or so for them. Sorry, was trying to make an adjustment. Our battery's going to die really, really quickly. It's sitting directly in the sunlight here this afternoon. So it's been a good almost 6 hours worth of show today. 5 hours, 15 minutes. So again, if you guys, back to the subscriber count, it took us exactly 3 months to get 1,000 subscribers working and doing 2 shows a week. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. 283 likes here this afternoon. So thank you, guys. Still trying to push us to 300 here. Again, we're going to stay as long as possible. Again, with the sun creeping in here, and I can't move the battery because of how short the cables are. So it's going to run. The fan's going to run. It'll be dead within a couple hours, probably. That's the shot we've been waiting for all day long. Very early rotation. Thank you to Frontier for providing us with that wonderful shot. So let's check on Frontier there, see where they're headed. Again, I'm trying not to use the cell phone as much as possible here. Frontier 3321, Poppy the Prairie Dog, headed off to Miami. Next arrival is going to be that American 2704 coming in from Charlotte. That arrival in the distance. Yeah, Lee, it's really, really warm out here today. And of course, I've been okay so far today, but now the sun is starting to encroach on us. And you know, last weekend when we hit the sun and we did 80% of the show in the sun, I went home, I just felt sick. I had some pretty serious heat exhaustion last week. Hopefully we won't reach that point here today. Feeling pretty good right now though. Nice and hydrated. It was nice and hydrated last week too. I got home, I felt really, really off last Sunday. Saying earlier, I don't understand, it'll rain every day all week and then the weekend rolls around, which is nice for everybody that's off on the weekends, don't get me wrong, but for us here on the show, it not raining on the weekends is kind of a bummer. I like the rain, you guys like the rain for the show. Makes for spectacular coverage. I could handle a nice 72-degree day. Here it's about 90. High temperature today, 92. As a matter of fact, let's check it and see what the high temperature right here in Mooresville is. As we've got Cliff the mountain goat starting up behind us, it is 92. Feels like 100 currently with the humidity. So a pretty steamy afternoon here in RDU. Got Sunny the Lemon Shark coming in from Atlanta on Frontier 1169. We've got JetBlue 404, that new livery on that A320, rolling back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. So this one headed right back to where it came from. So David Johnson, if we get Aaron, I'll be here. It might be after work, but I'll at least do my best to be here. I don't think Erin's going to come this way. I think she's going to stay off the coast. So JetBlue back to Puerto Rico. They'll change their flight plan like they did to make their way up here. Again, following most of the island this morning to avoid Aaron, that Cat 5 hurricane down there in the Atlantic. Yeah, so like I told you guys before, anytime we have any of that tropical weather, I'm going to do my best to be out here. Of course, we're not going to risk our equipment. If the wind's blowing from east to west, that'll be the most opportune time for us to be here, because then the wind won't be blowing directly in our face. If the wind's blowing in from the west, blowing directly in our face, then we're in trouble. We have been here several times before in hurricanes. I think we've done one live show during a hurricane or a tropical storm, whatever you want to call it. I've also been out here just getting content for the channel a few years ago during one of the hurricanes. That one was pretty sketchy, blowing the parking garage around. You could feel the deck moving. The power flickering on and off. That was before we started doing our shows. So again, I got plenty of hydration here, but it's, again, as soon as that sun gets in here at 92, 100 degrees, it's going to be 110, 115 degrees in here where I'm at. So I'm going to try to stretch the show as long as possible. Again, like I said, I spent 3 or 4 hours in direct sunlight last weekend at 85 degrees, 90 degrees. I got home and I just did not feel good after that. So I definitely don't want to risk any of that again. So finally, this CRJ making their way around here. And of course, I don't know how long our battery is going to survive the heat. I've got it covered up. It doesn't mean it's not going to get hot, being that it's under a dark colored cover. I had it under some reflective stuff here. Fans running. So anyway, we're going to do all we can to stay as long as possible. Again, of course, we're going to be here for the Air France 777 arrival. Speaking of the Air France 777, we're looking at 9 minutes for that arrival. So the CRJ finally making their way to the gate. The Delta A220 on the move, trying to get to their gate. As you can hear, the A220 trying to move around. Yeah, I don't think that we're going to have any issues with Aaron. Now the other one that's out there that they're talking about right behind Aaron, possibly, they're showing a couple of different models for that one. They're showing that one going to go right over like the Caribbean and enter the Gulf and hit the panhandle of Florida. But of course, that's all way out. That's sometime next week. For that stunning Air France 777 here in a little bit. This is Frontier coming in from Atlanta. gonna say something, I'll probably regret it here in a minute, but normally on hot days like this, we've had internet interruptions by now. I've been monitoring that closely, praying that we wouldn't have any internet interruptions. So far, it looks like everything's been nice and smooth for the internet. I've got it sitting up on the fan trying to cool. I've got the laptop fan here charging or cooling that. I'll be able to switch out the cell phone here in just a little bit. Put in the phone, or put the phone charging here shortly. So it looks like our internet is actually charging for once. Normally we have issues with that. Alright, so it looks like our next arrival is going to be United 1821 coming in from Houston. A 737-900. That will put Air France number 2 for arrival. We're gonna have a couple of Republics get out of here. No, this one looks like Mesa. Possibly this United Express. So if you guys are just joining us, make sure you guys smash the like button. I'm trying to get to 300 likes here this afternoon. Frontier entering the alleyway here, but we got our next arrival from Houston. That is United. That'll put Air France number 2 for arrival. Air France falling directly in line behind this one. Bit of a bouncy touchdown there for United from Houston. Alright, so now comes what we've all been waiting for. Obviously the Air France 777, but to know where the 777's going. I have a feeling the 777 is going to go to the gate where Copa was at. I don't think they're going to push the American 777 out of the way. There's a possibility that they might, but I highly doubt it. Again, Air France. No, there they go. So you see the tug right here? That's an indication that that's where Air France is going to go. So they're going to pull that tug out there so that when Air France comes around the corner, they'll pull her the rest of the way into the gate. Air France hours 51 minutes here from Charles de Gaulle there in Paris. So they'll be touching down here in just a minute. Make sure if you guys are just joining us, please smash that like button. It's free. It's a free way to help the channel. They must have landed light pulling out behind the terminal. Yeah, they did. Can see their tail there. They pulled out just behind the terminal. This looks like we got Delta ready to go. Jace, good afternoon. Hey, thank you. We did hit our 300 like goal. We also hit 6,000 6,000 subscribers today. So thank you guys for subscribing to the channel. So this will be fun to watch them tow the 777 into the gate. It's our A320 battalion. Thank you guys. I couldn't reach 6,000 with each and every one of you guys, so I greatly appreciate that. A330-900 flyover. Nice. So now we wait for the 777 to make its way around the corner. Again, they're going to pull it into that gate right there on the corner. Got a CRJ coming in next. Delta 2521, that's headed to Minneapolis. That A320 that just departed there. Doesn't look like we were going to have any more arrivals for quite some time. Looks like about 36 minutes, 32 minutes, 20 minutes. So we're gonna have another calm period here in just a few minutes. 30, like I said, about 30 minutes for the next couple of arrivals. Are they gonna tow her into the gate? What are we doing here? Normally anytime they come around to this gate, they tow it in. Let's see what they decide to do here. Are they gonna let Air France pilots do their thing, or are they gonna tow her in? Hey, Fidia. So I saw this and I'm like, really? You're gonna try to pull it in with that? No, they're just pulling the tow bar out there. Here comes the Big Daddy tug they'll use to pull Air France in. I just thought that was funny that that little one showed up. So again, like I said, they'll tow her into the gate. American 173 this afternoon, arriving an hour and a half late, causing all of this mayhem here. I don't see why they don't just do this every day, to be honest, instead of making the American 777 taxi over to the D gates. We did see that Copa was towed over to another gate, over to gate C3, so that the this one here could have that gate. this is not going to charge the old cell phone at all, is it? So 54 new friends today. Thank you guys. I have to say thank you all for getting us to 6,000. So if my estimations are correct, by November 17th we should be at 7,000, unless we throw in a bunch of extra shows here. Took us exactly 3 months to get 1,000. So May 17th, we were out here at the observation deck on that Saturday. We rolled over 5K. So now, today, August the 17th, we've reached 6. So I feel like we'll reach it November 17th. Kathy, welcome to economy class. Thank you so much for joining the memberships. One membership closer to being able to add more emojis. Thank you so much, Kathy, for the support. So they do their thing here with the Air France 777. All is quiet here at the airport. And again, there's not going to be a whole lot go on here for the next 30-ish minutes or so. Going to be pretty much dead airport. I don't know about departures, but I know arrivals will be dead for the next 30 or so minutes. Mainly because we're only running one runway, us personally. Again, if you were here at the beginning of the show, you know that we thought we might have a runway change at some point today, but that didn't happen, as you guys can see. But I bet you $100 if we would have set up down at the other end, we would have had a runway change and it would have ruined our entire show. So a couple of internationals here. We're going to have Air Canada, Jazz Aviation there from Toronto. The only Air Canada we've seen today. Obviously Air Canada on strike. We had one head to Montreal earlier. Absolutely, I would love to go see an international rally. I remember back in the day when you could actually watch the WRC on TV. Now you got to have the WRC app, I think, or channel, in order to watch the World Rally Championships. But there we go. Air France to the gate. Air Canada going to make their way around the corner. There's CRJ. John Hughes, good afternoon, good evening. to their gate. I feel like I should be like the golf commentators, because it is so quiet out here. Normally we're a little bit louder here, but I feel like I should be a golf commentator, speak a little quieter now that all is quiet around the airport. Alright, so let's see exactly what we got going on here. Again, I said about 30 minutes a few minutes ago, so we'll give a double check here. Our cell phone is not charging. It's on the charger, but it's not actually gaining any charge, interestingly enough. So let's check it out. Next arrival is going to be Delta, Endeavor 5260. They're still about 8 minutes away, followed by JetBlue 2283 coming from Boston. That's 16 minutes. That's going to be an E190 AR. And then, that's it. Got Breeze in 33 minutes, so we won't see that one. I thought there was another one that was closer to us. Oh, I think we've already seen it. So we make a decision here. We've got those two 8 and 16 minutes out. Nothing after that for quite a while, it looks like. As a matter of fact, the next one for us, it looks like for JetBlue, is 45 minutes away. That's going to be an A320-200. We've got Frontier 2440 coming in from Denver. That's going to be 25 minutes away. So definitely a long wait here if you guys want to hang out. If you don't, feel free. I don't know how long we're actually going to be here. That's long of a shutdown is kind of frustrating here. Got Alaska 572 arriving in 48 minutes. That's 737 MAX 9. So by the time our Frontier and the JetBlue arrive, that'll be another 20 minutes for those two. Not sure what we got for departures. It's not too bad out here, Matthew. Starting to get hot for me at the moment because the sun is now about halfway up my body, hanging out here. So again, a long pause here. So Jay, I was thinking about trying to stay for the departure. Of course, as you can see, Air France arrival on time. American was late by an hour and a half. It all depends on the battery. Today we've already burned up one of our batteries here. The other one is sitting in the direct sunlight. It's already missing one battery, one bar on it. We're trying to operate everything off of one battery today. One battery at a time. This one is going to die way faster, being that the fan is running and it's in the sunlight. And I can't move it either, so I don't know that we'll make it to the departure of the 777s today. So do our best to try, but I doubt it. One of our little battery hung out in the car and died, so during the week. You guys know I was going to be out here on Wednesday, had that family emergency. That battery sat in the car and I guess it was on, so the fan ran and it killed it off in the heat. So again, we're operating just off the 2 big batteries. I don't have any backups. We could probably pull the laptop from charging just to buy us a little bit more time here. Our Wi-Fi hotspot's up to 53%. It charges just fine on the cable I'm using, but the cell phone does not charge at all. It's very, very slow. So, yeah, it won't be... Again, I'm looking at what we got going on here. We don't have anything special coming in. We do have a lot coming, but I just don't have the battery for everything coming. Again, Alaska is still 45 minutes away. Maybe we can make it to Alaska. We should be able to make it to Alaska with the battery power. I'm not saying that, but I think that might do us. Again, it's a long waiting game right now. I don't know what's going on with all the traffic. We've got a Delta CRJ on final, and then a JetBlue after that. So Endeavor 5260 coming in here in about a minute, followed by JetBlue in 10 minutes. JetBlue 2283 coming from Boston. Maybe we'll get this Southwest to be a surprise over here on our side, being that there's an exec jet right in front of them. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. $25 minutes for Frontier 2440. You know, I don't know that I've ever seen a 4 o'clock hour as slow as this before. Miss Carolina gifting another Carolina Aviation membership. Jeff Davis. Congratulations to Jeff Davis, a longtime viewer of the channel here, getting that membership. Congratulations, Jeff. So again, like I said, it's a long waiting game here. We still have Aeromexico and Copa here on the ground for them to get out of here. We've got United out at the end. So we're just trying to decide here what we can do. We've got United 1991, that 737 MAX 9, getting ready to try to head back to Newark, New Jersey as we await the Delta from Endeavor, that CRJ. There it is. I almost couldn't see it because of the way the sun is hitting the clouds behind it. Miss Carolina's texting me in the background. All right, so our CRJ. So again, this is Endeavor 5260 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. We're about to have that MAX 9 headed out to Newark. So we're gonna switch up here. Hey, to be fair, we have seen all of our international flights today. Of course, other than Lufthansa. Our normal Saturday international flights today, including Air Canada. Dang, it's so quiet at the airport. I can hear the bells over there on the other side. So somebody's gate's moving. I think it's going to be our CRJ right there, getting ready to head back to DC possibly. We do have this Republic Airways pushing back. That is, of course, the American Eagle right there. The drop-off line is absolutely packed full for later this evening. JetBlue 2283 going to be our next arrival. 1 hour 22 minutes of flight time for this one, so probably 1 hour 26 minutes by the time they touch down. They're arriving in 4 minutes. One of JetBlue's last E190s. JetBlue, as you guys know, selling off all of their E190s, and that bell I was hearing was the CRJ. I'm going to head back to DCA. Oh, you're talking about the ones from Air France right there? Yeah. So we see them from Air France and we see them from Lufthansa. We don't see them from American, though. Most of the time they just off the baggage with the belts. But I see exactly what you're talking about there in the background. So this one out at the starting line, getting ready to fire engines to get ready to go. Man, that drop-off line is long. I think Azul's bought a lot of their E190s as well. Oh yeah, the pallets. I know what you're talking about, the little V containers. They probably already went by. They've got the luggage inside them. The luggage containers have already gone inside. Still got that United sitting out at the end of the runway, that MAX 9 waiting to go back to Jersey. Yep, in Brazil. As far as I know, I think I read an article about that they sold some of them to Azul. So I think JetBlue will be an all Airbus fleet between the A320s A321s and the A220s. What's up, guys? Mr. Avgeek Slayer, good afternoon. So American Eagle gonna slide around the corner and out of here. JetBlue up next. JetBlue's got some nice cloud coverage over it out there. I need another cloud right here, but none around. JetBlue from Boston. That American Eagle headed out again. We've got that United Max still sitting out there at the end of the runway waiting to go to Newark. I flew Airbus last year. Flew an A320 and an A321. Both nice. No biggie there. I still want to fly on an A220. So we got Frontier 2440 going to be our next arrival. Coming in from Denver. They took a really odd flight path from Denver. They're coming up like they're coming from the south. Like maybe they cut across there somewhere. Maybe avoiding some storms in the Midwest or somewhere. I really want to fly on the A220. I think that's one of my bucket list planes to fly on. But of course the 777s and A350s, stuff like that too, of course. But as far as the regional stuff goes, I really want to hit an A220 at some point. Speaking of A220s, we got a Breeze Airways on the way, but of course we won't see Breeze over here. They'll head 23 right. That's going to be an E190 instead of the A220. Saw a couple of those A220s earlier today. Heck yeah, see? Lee Barber flying that A220 to Boston. I assume you're doing it via Delta. You're leaving from here. We've got American Airlines 3008 coming in from Miami. That's 24 minutes away. Trust me, Tony, I know. I don't know how I'm still out here either. Only half of me at the moment is in the sun. Only half. When I stand up, then all of me is in the sun. But as I sit down here, from my waist down is in the sun. It is an absolute scorcher at the moment. We were thinking about waiting for Alaska Airlines, their arrival, talking about making Alaska the last plane of the show. Speaking of Alaska, we're looking at about 28 minutes. So Alaska 572. As of right now, I'm going to go ahead and call it Alaska will be our last plane of the show. So Alaska now 28 minutes out. We've got several more in between there. I definitely wasn't expecting the slowdown here this afternoon. 4 o'clock is usually RDU's busy time, and see, our battery is going to be dead before we get all these flights. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 5 Deltas on the way. Just from the South Carolina, Florida, Georgia, we have 5 Deltas. Let's see, the farthest one is 55 minutes out, coming from Orlando, Delta 1312. So there is a possibility that Alaska may not be our last one, but as of right now, I'm going to call Alaska our last plane, because it is extremely hot, like Tony said. Like my arms is starting to sweat. Yeah, thank you, Jay. I appreciate the kind words. Again, I need a fan like Ramona has. Although on a day like right now, I don't know that would help me at all. So again, too, the battery's running full-time, overtime, clocking crazy amounts of numbers. Our CPU's running high due to the heat. So I don't know if we even make it to Alaska. Our CPU running about 35%. That could cause some serious issues here for us. So we're going to play it by ear. Alaska. We're going to try to make it to Alaska. If we can't make it to Alaska, then of course you guys know we'll be back on Wednesday. It's been a nice long show. We've been on the air how long? 6 hours, 12 minutes. It's been a nice afternoon and morning for you guys. And like I said, you guys will be sent out to Arizona. When we finish up here, you're going to be sent out to Phoenix, Arizona. Going to go watch our buddy Pip tonight. He'll be on about 9:30 tonight. So if you guys are awake and interested in Phoenix, make sure you guys stop in and say hello. I should be there and hanging out in the chat for our buddy Pip. So he'll be on at about 9:30 this afternoon, or this evening, I should say. Looks like we got an American Eagle on the move. Ooh, that lens is hot. Dang, is this American Eagle going to go all the way out? Alright, so the CRJ pushing back finally. We've been waiting for that one. That one's going to go back to DC here in just a few minutes. Frontier 2440 coming in from Denver. That's going to be our next arrival. They're coming around now at 6,000 feet. Finally just west of the airport here. tell you one thing, I hope we have a mild winter. After this heat of the summer, I dang sure ain't ready for cold weather. Extremely cold weather this year. Uh-oh, Ramona upgraded her membership. Thank you, Ramona. Ramona's been with us a long time as well, a little over a year, I believe. Way more than a year, actually. Ramona's been hanging out with us for a long time. A Digital Storm laptop. Is that like the gaming PC? That's really what I want, is a gaming PC next time we make any kind of upgrades to that sort of equipment there. Hopefully we're not having any issues. I see the CPU is running really high. So when the laptop runs hot, the CPU usage goes up. Our fan's up all the way, computer's all the way against the fan, so it'll be interesting to see whether or not we can continue on here just from the sheer heat. There's our Max 9 finally getting out of here, headed back to Newark, New Jersey. Yeah, I want a really big laptop, one that can run 4K. If we can get the service to run 4K, we want to be able to run a 4K show. I feel like the computer we use is a little too small for that. So yeah, we want to be able to run, if we can find a service solution that'll allow us to run 4K with unlimited, then that's something we'd like to do. We'd like to be one of the first ones in the United States to be able to run 4K, because nobody else can seem to run 4K service or shows. So snakes are outlaw. Tony's playing over in the weeds. So if you guys don't know, Tony's over at the end of the runway messing around. Dang, I really need to turn to the right. I need to turn around. My left arm is so dark, my right arm is starting to lose its tan from us standing facing the sun one way every week. I really do need to make a turnaround here. Alright, so I'm watching the CPU closely. It continues to climb. So again, if we start to have any stutters, let me know, because then that'll be it. Because again, the computer cannot handle this kind of heat. It is extremely hot. We did, John. We hit 6K earlier this afternoon. $319 likes. So we've reached all of our goals for the day. Say thank you guys once again for getting us to 300 likes, 6,000 subscribers. Yeah, Tony giving us that heat index, telling us it's about 104. Mine said it was 100, but I believe Tony over the what you call it, because it feels like it's 104 degrees out here right now. I need one of those Porta-Cool fans. All right, so Frontier from Denver out there. Yeah, so Tony's out, like I said, he's out at the end of the runway taking pictures and stuff. So Tony knows how hot it is. So again, if we can do this without any issue, again, we're going to try to make it to Alaska's arrival. I got to check on the battery here. The battery's in the sun now. We've still got about 4 bars. So that probably won't last too long. Absolutely, Tony. That would be fantastic. I still would like to build me a van. Just for camping and doing the shows and making sure we could fit in the parking garages everywhere. I think that would be cool. Vans are expensive though. I've been pricing them. They're not cheap. New or used, they are quite expensive regardless. So JetBlue's over here. I have a nice cloud now, thank goodness. How long are you gonna last? It's a small cloud, so I don't expect it to last too long here, but good enough for me for a minute. There you go. Put John South Wales message up there just for reference. 104 degrees heat index is about 40 degrees Celsius. And it's humid. Like my arms are just Sweatsville. Got my sleeves rolled up, but you can see. It's just all out sweatiness. I can't, you know. Could be worse. Could be in Florida. But you know what? I did have an interesting question to my wife and family the other day. I asked them, I said, when did we move to Florida? And I didn't realize it. Why don't we have any nice palm trees around here? You know what I mean? Like, just this summer alone is, I feel like we're in Florida this year. Very, very interesting how hot it's been this year. So hopefully that'll translate into a nice winter this year. I don't want to see any snow. I don't want to see any extreme cold. I don't want to see any of that stuff this year. I'm telling you, some of the worst humidity I think I've ever felt was being in Florida. But right now, this summer, I think has probably been worse than anything I've ever felt in Florida. And I've been in Florida in August, in Miami, in fact. And I don't think it's been as bad as it's been here this summer. Right? Tony's probably right. Probably will have 2 feet of snow at some point this winter. It'll go that extreme. All right, one of our internationals getting out of here. Copa Airlines ready to go. That 737-800 getting ready for departure. Yeah, I heard you guys down there in Florida are having it pretty bad, especially with the heat waves that we're all having here. I did see that Tampa hit 100 degrees for the first time ever this summer. So that's saying something. I'm just glad we got our AC fixed in our house, or our new AC installed in our house when we did, because if we hadn't, there wouldn't be surviving this summer. Just south of Tampa. Nice. I think my cousin lives down that way somewhere. I can't remember where my cousin lives, but if I'm not mistaken, she's south of Tampa, maybe? I can't remember. Shoot, I'd like to head down there in the winter months to get out of here, to get away from the cold and go do shows in Florida in the winter time. Oh boy, what brand of AC unit did I have put in? I don't remember. It's a big one though. Like, it was almost twice the size of our other one, I think. I think it was a 1.5, maybe a 2-ton system. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'd like to spend more time in Florida. Just ask my wife. I talk about it all the time. Whether it's Disney or the beach or somewhere, I'm always talking about wanting to be in Florida lately. I absolutely love the palm trees. I think that's one of my favorite things about Florida. The beautiful weather, the nature, and the palm trees. As weird as that might be. Can't beat a palm tree. If I could grow a palm tree in my front yard, I would. All right. PSA Airlines headed back to Washington, D.C. via Ronald Reagan. They're finally getting out of here. Yeah, we were down there, what year was that? 2017. We were at Disney and in October, and it was hot. It was also really warm for Christmas the year we went down there for that. I'd like to go back again in October. I want to do another Halloween party for there, but don't know that I'm going to get to go back down there in October this year. Definitely want to try, but I don't know that we will. All right, so Copa's out there getting ready for their departure back to Panama. Looks like our next arrival is going to be American 3008, talking about Florida. Here we go. We got this one coming in from Miami. 1 hour, 35 minutes of flight time for that one. I just think palm trees are nice. Like, I don't know, they're just aesthetically pleasing to me. Especially if you light them up at night. I don't know. I've always been a huge fan of palm trees, ever since I was a kid, teenager. That's true, John, that's true. An all-inclusive resort trip. I was thinking about trying to plan one of them too. Get me and the wife out of town. Dang, he leveled out right there. Do you see that? Dude, Reykjavik would be fantastic. It'd be nice and cool in Reykjavik. We gotta go there in the summer though. Oh, I think that's going to be the only international we missed today. Is going to be Iceland. We're going to see everybody else. Actually, our next arrival is not going to be American from Miami. It's going to be JetBlue 285 coming in from JFK. This is going to be an A320-200 flying in here next. Copa Airlines still out there at the end of the runway. No worries, John. I will definitely look into that. I'm sure Miss Caroline is already looking into all-inclusive resort trips. Lord knows we need another vacation. We went to Wilmington over the summer. Had a good time down there, a couple of days. So again, given the temperature here and battery power, what are we looking at here? We've still got a little bit left in the battery, but it is going to run for a while. As of right now, we're looking at Alaska being our last plane of the evening. But we'll see where all of the mad rush is. So we do have 5 Delta planes arriving all back to back here. Have a lot of arrivals shortly. Again, it's just extremely hot. My phone won't even charge anymore. My phone's like, nope, it's hot. It's blinking at me. The phone is giving up the ghost here. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed Florida when we went down there for Christmas that year. That was really, really nice. Sounds like we've got that Delta A220 ready to go. Let's check on the rest of the equipment here. Make sure we're not killing anything off here. Looks like our internet's good. Computer's CPU usage has come down a little bit. I need another cloud here to try to get our cell phone to cool down a little bit. So JetBlue going to be that next arrival. We all know I would really enjoy going over to Europe, but I wonder how much it would cost me to take all the equipment over there. I was watching one of the off-roading people that I watch, and she was talking about it cost her, I think she said $170 for a not carry-on, but to check a bag. Camera's gonna shut off here in a minute. Hold on, give me just a second. We'll turn the camera back on. Everything is starting to melt down, so we're trying to make it to Alaska Airlines. Camera's gonna shut off in 1 second. Switch it back over. Switched it down to 1080. So now, given the heat, we're just now we're in survival mode here. So I am going to go ahead and call it. I think Alaska is going to be our last plane of the day. The equipment's going to give up if we don't. Yeah, I definitely want to go somewhere where it's really, really cheap. You get a lot of bang for your buck. All right, we got a Delta CRJ ready to go. And again, we've got Copa out at the end of the runway waiting for departure. We've got a lot of arrivals here, so we're going to stick it out, get these arrivals. Oh, no, those two are departures. Miami's going to be our next arrival. We've got Alaska 572 on final already in that 737 at max 9. They've got about 2 minutes. So we've got a couple minutes left in the show. Of course, we're going to stay for Copa's departure. Again, like I said, I am in survival mode at the moment. Everything is trying to shut down on us, given the heat. Of course, we'll be back on Wednesday. I'm hoping next Sunday it'll be a nice rainy show. That's really what I need, is a rainy Sunday. I need this cloud to hang out right here is what I need. We could be set for the rest of the afternoon if that cloud would just hang out right here. Cool everything down a little bit. Alright, looks like we got a mad rush here. All right, guys, bear with us. We're gonna try to hang this out. This cloud is buying me a little bit of time here. How big are you? It's a pretty good sized cloud. Should buy me about 10 more minutes here, 10, 15 more minutes. So we've got Alaska, we've got Delta coming in behind that. We've got a couple more of those Deltas coming up from the south. So I told you guys we'd run as long as humanly possible. Luckily, the cloud is saving our skin here, literally. So Copa Airlines headed back to Panama City, Panama. Uh-oh. Did we freeze or something? Oh no, there we go. Sorry, I thought our YouTube feed froze. Let's Copa get out of here. Pick up Copa here on the other side. Safe travels to Copa back to Panama. Alaska about to touch down here. Alaska 572 from Seattle. Nice long flight. For them. All right, who's going to be our next departure? Republic Airways 5669 coming in from LaGuardia. That's going to be our next arrival. It's going to be a Delta Connection E170. As you see, I believe, United, ready to go. Be a whole lot more comfortable there in Panama than we are up here. Delta from JFK, LaGuardia, excuse me. Next arrival is going to be Delta coming in from Atlanta, Delta 1550. United, that 737-900 headed to Denver, Colorado, Delta 2288. Got another United 737 coming in from Newark. So I think we're going to end with the United arrival. We'll wait on as many of these guys to get out of here as possible. The computer's running hot. As you guys know, everything is running very, very warm here. Air Canada getting out of here. If we see Aeromexico, then obviously we'll stay for Aeromexico's departure. It is about time for them to start pushing back, given that Air Canada is already ready to go. So both our friends to the north and our friends to the south getting ready to depart, I believe. Shouldn't be too long before we see Aeromexico, like I said. Got a CRJ starting up here just below us. I need one of those hand fans. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Need one of those handheld fans. Our cloud didn't stick around quite long enough. So I think United is going to be our last arrival of the day. Again, we're going to see if Aeromexico is ready to go. That'll be our last departure. If they're out and ready. There they are. So Aeromexico and Air Canada gonna end out this show here today. So Aeromexico just in front of Air Canada there. I knew they were close. They always tend to go out at this around the same time. So hopefully they'll go out back to back. That'll get us to the end of the show. Like our 7th Delta from Atlanta. Today. There you go, Air Canada, Aeromexico going out together. So again, these two will be our last 2 departures of the day. My phone is absolutely having a conniption. So we've got United up next. United 2485 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. Again, this is going to be a 737-900. So both Air Canada maybe give me an IV. Yeah, so Tony, I was saying that, you know, last week we did the show and I was in the sun for a very long time last week, and when I got home I didn't feel very good after being out in the sun as long as I was last weekend. So again, that's another reason why we're going to try to dip out of here in just a few minutes before I end up making myself sick. So I got home and man, I just was like, all right, I'm going to pass out. I don't feel very good from heat exhaustion. Now I have been staying nice and hydrated. I'm not too worried about that. The heat itself. I am still sweating, so I'm not too worried about heat stroke or anything. Again, we got 2 planes left in the day. About 10 minutes or so. We've been on the air almost 7 hours today. Technically, we have been on the air 7 hours. So, a nice long day. As soon as the cooler weather gets back in here, we'll be trying to do 10 and 12 hours on Sundays. So, lots to look forward to. Brianna says it's thick outside. It is really thick out here, I'm not gonna lie. She said that I was sighing earlier. It wasn't that I was sighing. It was the fact that it's a struggle to breathe. Come on, Air Canada and Aeromexico. Let's go. You two are my last two of the day. Speaking of, there's Aeromexico back to Mexico City. They're going to hop out here just in front of United. Again, we got United coming in from Jersey. And just another reminder, you guys will be sent out to Phoenix, Arizona to our buddy Pitt. He'll be on at 9:30 our local time tonight. 6:30 West Coast time. Try to be there hanging out. As long as I'm not occupied with Boo to You. If you guys know what that is. It was funny, Miss Carolina and I were sitting in the hospital Friday night watching a live stream of that. The Halloween parade at Disney. I think there's a Halloween party tonight. Oh, dude. Right? United touching down there. I'm trying to read the text message here. Start a new segment of Carolina Aviation. What can you cook? We bring stuff to the parking deck and see see what cooks in and how long. Hey, you know what? I would be okay with that, especially some brats. Absolutely. All right, we got this E175 pulling into the gate back here. This is our last plane of the show. Air Canada headed back to Toronto. I want to thank each and every one of you guys for hanging out today, getting us to 300 plus likes this afternoon, as well as getting us to 6,000 subscribers. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you guys for your continued support as always. And just thank you for helping this channel grow. You guys have no idea how much it means to me. We do this show. It's all organic. Every piece of our show is organic. So without you guys, there wouldn't be a show. So a huge, huge thank you guys. To liking what you guys see at our small corner of the world here in Raleigh. As we watch our last plane of the evening. Oh, there she is. Air Canada, back to Toronto. I want to thank my channel members, moderators, my ninja watchers. Thank you guys for being here watching all day. We almost had 180 folks watching at one point this morning. So thank you guys, all of you, each and every one of you. It doesn't matter if you chat or not. It takes all of you to create this show. We've got American Airlines 1982 from Los Angeles. Close enough to help us get through our outro here. So again, like I said, appreciate all of you. You guys are absolutely amazing. We'll see you guys on Wednesday. I should be back. Hopefully no more issues on Wednesday. Thank you guys for all of the birthday wishes from last week. I appreciate that as well. I know we weren't able to be out here the big day, but you guys, a lot of you guys still gave us nice well wishes for the birthday last week. So thank you guys, like I said, once again. We'll see you guys next Wednesday. Hope you guys have a wonderful start to your week. We'll see you then.